Hidden missiles!
Advancing guard.
Foot dive!
All right, so we are live. We are live. What is going on? Hope you're all well out there. Hope you're all breathing. The dust has settled from CEO, and we are going live with the Talking Token podcast, episode 11. Wagwan to all of you out there. And I, myself, am Chrome Alchemist. And yes, I'm that guy who's absolutely obsessed with Marvel Token Fighting Styles, but we all are now. So that's not something I can hold exclusively. And I'm 1/3 of the Token Trinity, but another third of Token Trinity isn't here. C4 is not going to be here tonight, you know, as duty calls, so can't make it. But we do have Earthbender Charlie. Say wagwan.
Yo, what's up, people? Glad to be here. Hope everyone's in for a ride.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure we are. And so also, we have got 2 returning guests. And I just thought, you know what I mean? If I really think who really can see the matrix on this game, who can really unlock, you know what I mean? Like everything that you see on that screen, it's got to be these 2 guys, you know what I'm saying? So I had to get back Kensu. You know him. He's writing the scrolls. Hashtag Kensu was right about Spider-Man. We might have to be getting that hashtag rolling. Oh, yeah. We starting off real. Yeah, that's right. We going there. Yeah, we going there.
Okay.
We going there. And
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, of course. So ShinKensou, wagwan.
Spider-Man was good all along. J. Jonah Jameson was right. He was always right.
Certainly was. And also, I can tell you right now, Tempest has got the dossier. He has got the files on absolutely everyone and everything. If this game is off in Tempest's house, that's because the power is off. I'm telling you that right now. So, Tempest, say wagwan.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Oh, yes, that's right. So, we are here, we are live, and we have a good amount to talk about. Like I said, we certainly have CEO to talk about. It has been now 1 week from the postmortem of CEO. Like, we have had a lot going on. We have had a new champion crowns, and that is Sonic Fox. Congratulations, Sonic Fox, by the way. But we also had 1,000 plus souls enter that tournament, and only 1 emerged victorious. But we saw a lot of grimy stuff, a lot of setups, a lot of interesting characters, a lot of interesting teams, and we are certainly going to talk about it. So, with that said, we are going to start off nice and breezy. So, first of all, I guess we'll talk about our experience at the event, because I went, Kensu went, and Tempest went. Charlie, you did not go, but regardless, I'm sure if you didn't watch live, then you also watched the VOD. Is that correct?
Yeah, I watched pretty much a lot of it live. I was watching actually a lot of it through Hook Gang God, because it was kind of like a watch party experience, which kind of enhances the vibe, you know what I mean, instead of just watching it at home alone. 100%. So yeah, I watched most of it and caught a lot of the fine. Like anything I missed, I just caught the VOD basically.
Absolutely. All right, cool. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, so I thought it was amazing. This is like my first CEO, and also, as well as that, it was the first super major that I actually got the privilege to commentate on for Marvel Token. So I thought that was like, you know, a fantastic event and a fantastic experience, and just, you know, massive privilege. So, you know, I just want to always, you know, say thank you to those who are involved, the TNS team, the CEO gaming team, Jabali, Tong, you know, Lucas, everybody is involved. Like, thank you very much. Do you know what I'm saying? I was just having an absolute blast doing it, and it was just great to be part of that event for the entire weekend. I'm definitely going to make sure I can make it back next year and make a bit of a habit of that. So yeah, that was great. And also shout out to Jabali too, because I got my hotel situation sorted out thanks to Jabali, because I actually had something booked. By the way, for all of you out there, let me just say this, yeah. Third parties, don't bother booking with no third party unless it's a very obvious third party that you've done with before. Don't bother with no like. Don't start scrolling through Google to see who has the rooms left because that stuff was booked from months ago, right? 2 months before the event, fully booked. I found something on a website, maybe a little bit shadier. Do you know what I'm saying? It was and once I got there, they were like, yeah, we don't have your room. We don't have that. Called them up, the third party. They were like, yeah, we got it. Don't worry about it. Called up the actual hotel directly. They're looking at my face. They're like, no, we don't have your room. It's not, right? So I'm there thinking, boy, out of money. I'm gonna try and get that refunded, but I'm like out of a room. Now I'm gonna have to find plan B. Somebody said talk to Jabali. Within about half an hour, he had me a room. So shout out to Jabali. Boss calls are made. Do you know what I'm saying? I do just want to point that one out also. So with that said, also, I thought it was great. I just want to also just like compare it to maybe Comma Breaker and some of the others I went to because I went to Comma Breaker as well. Those two are probably two of the best. But they're the two best American tournaments I've been to, right? Comma Breaker, Evo, and CEO. And I think what's great about them is just the atmosphere. Do you know what I mean? Comma Breaker is definitely like it's the fighting game players tournament. Like the lobbies are all filled with setups. You're playing non-stop. Like I got there Thursday evening and they were like, man, you should have been there earlier, boy. We were just going crazy. Do you know what I'm saying? So I was like, damn, I need to remember that for next time. So, and CEO has got similar things to that as well. But of course, it is in Florida. You get a nice little lifestyle aspect to it. People do get to, see people hopping in the pool, doing all this other, you know what I mean? They're going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Enjoying themselves. You got everything on the resort as well. It really was worth staying on the resort. And I say that now because the next one is a year from now. And if you do think of going, it's better to deal with it now rather than later because you can also get a refundable booking that's like refundable up to like a certain point close to the time. So if you're thinking of going, you can maybe get it kind of locked in now, decide later on, do your thing. But that's just me either way talking about the tournament. What did you guys, how was you guys' experience as well, Kensou and Tempest? How was your experience with CEO?
Well, it was fun. I had a good time across the board. Like seeing everyone again is always a blast, Getting a chance to talk shop with Tempest for the first time in the bar was interesting. We learned a lot from his point of view about the game, the Deadpool stuff he talked about, which is really neat. I looked into it, by the way, afterwards. I actually got hit by it yesterday. The overhead version, not the unblockable. But after getting hit by it, I was like, okay, I see where he's coming from. But competition was sick, you know what I'm saying? Casual setups was bumper to bumper. Like, mofos are in there grinding some Tokon, let me tell you. Like, if I had to say anything for any games in particular, people were actually grinding, obviously Street Fighter 6, right? Second and third would be like Avatar and Tokon 3. Like, people were grinding those games. So, and we had the little Marvel 3 setups, there, Marvel 3 still in the building, you know what I'm saying? So it's still cool to like see just all this stuff here and just, I don't know, the vibes are just good, man. So that's actually my second CEO. My first CEO was actually CEO.
Oh, really?
I haven't gone. That's actually my actual first regular CEO in like period.
Damn.
So no, I lie. Third. I forgot. I went in 2019.
Okay.
Back when they were in Daytona. Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, that's
good
cool.
times.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's good to be in Orlando and not Daytona.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot with Daytona, and everyone was like, "Oh, you didn't go to Daytona?" I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "Goods." Do you know what I mean? I'm like, "Okay, shit." You know what I'm saying?
Trust.
Yeah. So, and for those of you who are wondering why I'm not going to say it, I'm just going to go. You know what I mean? Let me get that. There we go. That's why. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So. Either way, Tempest, talk to us.
Yeah, so I had a great time. Getting there was a little bit treacherous, and here's my advice, my tip to travel. If you get a hotel, always get that little like $20 insurance in the bottom. If you get a flight, always get that $20 insurance. Thank God I had it. I was able to change my flight. I had 2 flights. I had one where I landed in Atlanta, and I would go from Atlanta to Florida. And the flight from where I was leaving to Atlanta got delayed. and it got delayed again.
Oof.
It got delayed again, and it happened the day before, by the way. And it got to the point where like I would miss my connecting flight, so I had to rebook. I ended up on the same flight as Kamui, which really lucky. We just both made it to the airport, took a little adventure, side quest, landed at the Airbnb. It rained just as I left the airport. Other than that, you know, happens. Made it. My first time doing an Airbnb was really nice, actually. Usually, you know, I'm used to traveling with a bunch of dudes, and last second, you know, at the local, someone goes, "Hey guys, can I take your floor?" You know, and I usually go, "Yeah, you got it, bro." But this time, had my own room. It was really nice. I got to lock in. The Airbnb had actually pretty decent Wi-Fi, so I was able to Ethernet and play like online Tokon just fine on PS5.
Oh, so
I
jealous.
grinded out.
I'm jealous, bro. I was trying to, you know what? I got there and I was looking around. I was scrambling for the Ethernet port and it wasn't there. And I was like, come on, man.
Oh, they got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got really lucky. And yeah, honestly, trip was a pretty W trip. I mostly focused on Tokon, but I played Street Fighter and 2X. I don't remember how I went in them, but I remember I made it to losers finals of both pools, and I didn't really care. I made it out of my Tokon pool, so I was really happy. I lost to Chaos, or I forgot what his other tag was, or it was something, but he ended up making third. And I lost to Fu, and Fu was playing, man. He was playing some weird champion team, and he did the level 3. He went into install, and I had not labbed at all up to that point for champion. And let's just say it did not end well.
Yeah.
But it's all right.
Yeah.
Week 1, what can you do? And you know, I learned a lot when I was playing casuals. The Red Bull, I don't know if you guys saw the Red Bull area that they had like a nice little like casual setup that nobody knew about. So I started tweeting about it, and then like I screwed myself because I went day 2 and it was like full. But you know,
I ain't gonna lie.
against people.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I did know about it, but I went in there to just steal Red Bulls and then leave. That was all I did. I didn't see because there was no Tokon set up when I was there at the very least. So I was like, all right, let me just take one of these Red Bulls and I'll just be on my way then. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they were all like master PS5, so they had everything. So you could have switched it to Tokon.
Damn. I didn't even know that. Well,
yeah.
Learning experience. You know what I'm saying? Learning experience. It was great. Like, you know what I'm saying? I even had the setups as well. Like the little portable set. I say portable. You know what I'm saying? If you find a socket, though. I mean, I had the PS5, I had the Steam machine, which I was running on Windows because, of course, listen, shouts to Sony.
Chrome comes prepared. That dude came prepared.
Yo,
Holy.
He came to game. I saw him middle of the night. He was like, yo, he had a laptop recording, PlayStation up, Steam Deck on the other side. I'm like, damn, I just got my laptop on me, bro. Like he's gaming. Like,
yeah, he was kidded. He was kitted out, ready to play.
When I do it, I overdo it. I overdo it. But I was definitely like, yeah, let me really, you know what I'm saying? We're really here to play some Tokon, man. I've got and that's the biggest reason I bought that Steam machine. I was like, yeah, like the form factor's great. I could just carry that anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's expensive, but you know, it is what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? And yeah, it worked out because I had that in the bar on the Sunday. And listen, you put a setup on it, you put the sound on it, you put the Tokon, you know, you just play some sets. People start to be like, oh, we played Tokon. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, Marvel. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, they were on it. Yeah, they were even like, yo, you streaming? I was like, yeah, like, listen, you know, I'm trying, but the internet was terrible. Like, at least in the bar, it was terrible, so it couldn't happen.
Yeah.
Tried to record a couple sets, lost a couple sets that I didn't quite get to record, but I did manage to record the others. It was just the schoolmate era of the auto save feature on the replays not being on. And I didn't turn them on for offline and I was like, oh man, it's annoying. Because when you're switching controls like that, you know, like I tried to do it via the PS5, and then when you try to switch controls, it turns off the recording. And I'm just like, oh, do you know what I mean? I didn't realize that until halfway through. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, either way, that was that. But right now, what we really want to be talking about is the elephant in the room, right? And that's why I've got this on, this purple do-rag. That's right, Spider-Man. Green Goblin. Green Goblin has won. Well, do you know what's funny? Green Goblin's won the first major, but Spider-Man's won the first major. So it's like there's two characters. There's two elephants in the room, right? And one of them you certainly called Kensu. So, you know, I'd like you to like, let us know your thoughts on Spider-Man being where he is and Green Goblin also being where they are. What do you think about the fallout now? The now that the dust has settled from the event.
Somebody died.
Nah, he's
I'm making sure
Yeah.
when I
Okay.
say what I'm
He's
gonna
buffered.
say.
He's buffered. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely now loading. Right now, this is a loading screen.
Yeah.
But no. In all seriousness, like Spider-Man in particular, right?
Mhm.
When I played him in beta 2 when he was playable, I was like, Hazama. Hi, Pachi. Hi, good old friend. I see you made Hazama again. He's just called Spider-Man now. Okay. What did you do this time to make him not so egregious? Okay, nothing. Okay. So, full screen with punishment. I can fly everywhere at any given point. At the
I
time,
feel
he
like
didn't
you're
have
gonna
the
break
landing
into a
recovery.
haiku, bro. This man's gonna drop a
Didn't have
haiku
landing.
or something.
Right. He didn't have landing recovery on swing in the beta.
Mhm.
And I'm like, and I remember making that tweet about like, man, I wish everyone was like Spider-Man. That kind of set some people off in some areas because it sounded vague, but it's like I was playing the game at like 4 a.m. I made a tweet at 7. It's like I've been up all damn day, we're making content, waiting for this beta. And even though I didn't have optimal combos or nothing like that with them, I was like, yo, this character's silly. Go to Combo Breaker. Me, you, and what's it called? We're standing in Say Jam.
Say Jam. Yeah.
And I'm gonna Say Jam, I love you, but I'm not to do it. So who do you think is really good, Kensu? Spider-Man is the best. It's like, I don't know, man. Wolverine Day 1. Look, I know who made this game. In case, for those watching this podcast who don't know, me and Pachi are actually good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've known Pachi for some time. And it ain't that I didn't think Wolverine was good. He's definitely good. Is he like Day 1 Scrubbuster character? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But Hazama as Spider-Man, and if you know how Hazama terrorized BlazBlue up until CF, and where he's still really good,
Mm-hmm.
you kind of get, it's hard to not look at him and be like, yeah. You know, and this is before Magic and all the other characters were like playable.
Mm-hmm.
And still like Combo Break, I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. It's so hard not to see this.
For the uninitiated, because you have to keep in mind that there may be some people watching who do not play all of the games that we have played or you have played. So can you give us like a quick rundown of what do you mean by Hazama being Spider-Man in a different reality or some shit?
So BlazBlue Continuum Shift 1 is where they introduce Hazama and another character, Tsubaki, in BlazBlue, because that's the second installment of BlazBlue. This character has a chain mechanic that's similar to Spider-Man's web zips. So Hazama uses his chain, but only has 2 counts for it. Spider-Man can do it infinitely. Now, Hazama could do it infinitely too if he kept hitting you with the chain, it would reset the counter from 2 to from 1 to 2, 1 to 2 each time. He had different ways to swing around the screen and attack you and literally poke at you from all kinds of different ranges while having an amazing up close game right here. He had a command grab, by the way. Luckily, Spider-Man doesn't have one of those, right? That was something I looked for. But Hazama's a character that just terrorized BlazBlue for a very long time. Like, was he like top 1? Not necessarily, but like, was he always within the top 5, the top 10-ish characters? Oh, yeah. But he was a very skill-based character. Not very many players could just pick him up and just be like, yo, I'm godlike. But he's been up there in the tier list in BlazBlue for a long time. And for those that don't know, that's one of Pachi's first characters to actually create on the dev team for ArcSys. That character and Tsubaki. Basically, BlazBlue CS1 all the way on down, those are most of the newer characters in BlazBlue were designed by Pachi. So
Got it.
Wow.
knowing that he designed that. Here's some small lore. Fun fact, real quick about that. Makoto in Blaze Blue, she has an uppercut called Corona Uppercut. Pachi had Corona beer here for the very first time in Texas. And so Ben's Corona Upper.
Sometimes it's that simple.
Yeah. So a little bit of lore there. But yeah, it's just I know how he thinks in terms of game design. So like I don't have to go that far. Because his design philosophy is something that I just learned from I've known about from him for a very long time.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
But like generally, just to like kind of spearhead so that everyone can kind of jump in. Like, do you think Spider-Man being everywhere this early is a problem?
honestly, no.
Okay, why?
There's still more to the character. Right now, everyone's gonna do the simple thing, 5H slide. We know that, right?
Right.
It's the same thing with Hazama. Hazama seemed like, oh, you just do this and you just win. And it's like I said, he ended up being a very skill-based character. Now, I think Spider-Man is going to end up in the same fashion because they'll probably adjust something about him. But like him being all over the place and being good, I'm sure they also took into account how many games Spider-Man has been in where he's been cheeks. And Spider-Man has been pretty bad in a lot of the Marvel games. Maybe the 2v2 ones, like Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter, him and Wolverine are like top tier in that game.
Yeah. Like this might be like what the second game like that he's been like unquestionably a good character. Like you could say in 3, oh, do you know what I mean? He's got potential, or he's pretty good if you do this, or like there's caveats to it. But like in this game and in that, there's no caveats to it. I think it's a good character.
And then, not to mention in Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter, regular Spider-Man is good, and then you have what was it, Spider Armor Spider-Man with the Gray Spider-Man. He does less damage, but he's armored. Like everything he does is armored. So he just does less damage, and you just tack Wolverine on and just do what you do. But I don't think it's really a problem because he should be good. Normally in a Marvel game, you can expect Magneto, Storm. I guess in this case, Doom, Wolverine, like the normal mainstays you would expect to be good. So Spider-Man being good right now shouldn't really be an issue. Not to mention, come on, man, it's Sony. Tom Holland out here selling freaking tickets. You know what I'm saying? We need him to be good right now.
I'm glad you said it, boy, and not me, because I was about to jump in.
in.
God.
As a side note, right?
Oh, go for it.
Oh, sorry. No,
Go for it.
yeah.
You haven't spoken yet, so.
At the bar before, I didn't think Spider-Man was that good. I played at a really big tournament. Played, I think it's like 70 people in Iron Grid right before. I made top 3. I played 2 Ironmans. I played a lot of Magic, and I played a lot of Spidey. I beat every single one. I was like, damn, this character can get zoned. In my head, I didn't think about the situation after I didn't play an optimal one yet. So the post touch me situation, I wasn't really thinking about it too much. And then I saw Spider-Man. I think it was I played Chaos in bracket, and he took me from one side of the screen to the other, 0 assist, and broke the wall. After I pressed him. Yeah, I pressed him for like a good 3 assist, and I did like a freestyle situation. He did a crouch short out of it. It hit me. I got brought from one side of the screen all the way to the other, into the wall break. Then he did 5H. Then I had to guess. I guessed wrong. I guessed high. He did low. I got brought to the other side. I got broken again. And after probably 2 or 3 reps of that loop, I was like, man, I was wrong. This character's busted.
To the destruction. Yeah, I'm gonna step in, and I'm gonna just to like shake things up a bit and to just be like crystal clear. I'm gonna hardcore disagree with Kensu because I think that so for those that don't know me, I'm very interested in just design in general. Like it's just something I think about a lot, and I find it fascinating, especially game design and just like looking into the hearts and souls of the makers and to figure out why they made a certain decision and all that stuff. I just find it fascinating. And I think that Spider-Man is a problem because like simply just because of the overhead crazy, like very difficult to react to mix up, and what you just said as well about being able to Spider-Man being able to just solo achieve so much, right? So I think philosophically Spider-Man is a problem in this game currently because we are playing a game which is essentially a fighting game RPG where you're assembling your party and you have different like class members. You know, you got your warrior, you got your white mage, kind of, right? You don't have like actual healing spells and shit, but basically you're building a team and you're trying to problem solve with that team. I think philosophically it cannot be the case that you have a single character who is capable of doing so much on his own when you're supposed to be playing a game where other characters are supposed to cover weaknesses and enhance. And actually the game still does do that. Like Spider-Man being so strong in a game where other characters can enhance him is creating an even like a second layer to the issue because he can already do so much by himself. So I think when I like, if the question is him being everywhere a problem, for me, it's a problem because he is capable of doing so much on his own in a game where you're supposed to explore and like have other characters cover each other's weaknesses and shit. And specifically, I just think the low overhead intensity of the low overhead mix up is way far too egregious. And whenever the first patch comes around, that shit is getting sniped. I would be shocked and appalled if that don't get sniped immediately.
Shocked and appalled. Wow.
You
So
see,
and appalled.
I'm curious because what you say is true. He actually has a air invincible, both sides hitting anti-air. He has a great projectile assist. It's very plus on block, and his back assist is no slouch either. It's actually pretty good. It pulls you right out of the corner, so you can just cross people up randomly. He's not bad in any assist positions. Doesn't have unstable combos. Like you can do the simple stuff and still do just fine with him. Like it
Yeah.
is very curious where a character in a game where tag games where characters typically, unless you're playing MVC2, have very clear weaknesses. Like, this character, they're really fast, but they don't have any get off me, so you have to play Psylocke assist, right, to get them off of you, right? Storm can run away infinitely, but people have commando assist. How do you answer that? Oh, Sentinel. Okay, cool, right? Oh, this character doesn't have a safe unblock super, right? So you have to DHC in a Sentinel. That kind of stuff, like you would think be in the game, right? But I understand, like, at the moment, there's no like weakness to Spidey, and I understand that part of it.
Yeah.
And
Just to respond to, go for
Sorry.
it. Sorry, before you're done.
No, all good, man. Yeah, I think he's one of those characters that like he truly is like the character you're supposed to pick up first. I thought it was supposed to be Cap, but Spidey looks like that character that you pick up, and it's like a baby's first fighting game character where he does everything, and it was probably by design because he knew that everybody was probably going to pick Spider-Man first.
100%. I think
So C4 in the chat says Spider-Man isn't the only character that can do all that on his own. Look at Storm. True. So my argument, or what I'm saying, is that like I think I don't know that much about Storm, so I'm ready to be corrected immediately if if I'm wrong. But I think that the issue with Spider-Man is like kind of what fuck. Why is your name escaping me? Not Kensu.
Tempest.
Yeah, Tempest. Sorry. With what Tempest just said, it's about the ease of being able to do his mix-ups, right? Like maybe it is the case that Storm is also easily able to do that stuff, but I think with the case of Spider-Man, it's a matter of that kind of power. At least at the moment, the feeling is that kind of power shouldn't come at such a low price, and that's where it's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way. Whereas I imagine, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I imagine with Storm, that kind of power may at least come with a higher cost or a higher skill ceiling or a higher commitment to be able to do whatever it is that she can do, right? I'm guessing, but
Okay. All right. So
I think her win
got you.
gauge comes back a little too passively. But if her win gauge gets like even the slightest of touch, yeah, that character, she does a lot of the same things. In some cases, a little teensy bit better, right? She has like a fireball that she can move in front of her like hurt box and be completely safe when she's jumping in on you, or she could just land easy. Like she can jump, float across the screen, summon an ice ball, air stall, and then win down, and boom, there's a hurt box moving in front of her. And if you move forward, you might get converted on, right? There are really strong strengths, but they have different strengths. And Spider-Man, this exact moment in time, maybe this could be a time capsule. Maybe he may not be a problem later, right? But at this exact moment in time, I think Spider-Man does everything for free, stronger, easier, and does it on tag out situations. And he has everything, and he can bait 2H because if he does web zip, he can throw out a Spidey bomb and hit you and call assist and convert on the other, the character they called assist on.
All of this. Yes. Now, I'm gonna get into nitty gritty. I'm sorry, Chrome.
Go
in
for it.
advance. So everything you're saying, I would agree with you. And while I still think Spider-Man is arguably speaking the best character in the game, he does have quite a few weaknesses that's not being taken into account for what you're saying. You're looking at Spider-Man in a linear sense that like you just do this one thing and it's effective. Agreed. The low overhead is obnoxious. Yes. But I'll take a step back and give you a character that does literally everything that character does, has more damage, and has one thing that Spider-Man does not have. Black Panther. Now, Panther has backwards mobility. Spider-Man does not. Spider-Man can't cancel his stuff to make himself safe immediately. She can. Spidey Trap after a web zip needs enough space to protect himself. Spider-Man needs to be 3/4 screen to go web zip, web up, and web hang to save himself from things. The best thing about him when he does web zip is hold, because you can't do anything. Then he gets to call an assist, and now it's a frame trap. Now it's plus again. Now it's my turn. Now, there's small caveats he does have that no one else does have, right? And no one's talking about it, so I'm going to say it here on this podcast first. If you try to up back him, the same thing I said on the ground applies to the air, which means if your character's jumping in the air and he web zips and holds, your character's stuck in the air. They cannot move. That means in situations where either he does the 3 or the 6th or 4th one where he goes upwards like that, or the back one, or he jumps up and decides, I'm a web zip because I think you might jump. You're stuck. He gets to do that kick on you for free and then call an assist, and you get to drop into extra plus frames, way more plus frames than you'd lean into if you were grounded. Then it gets worse. If he web zips you and doesn't hold, in this game, when you block aerial normals, you fall fast. So he gets to fall fast, call assist, and cross you up, and then hold up and be like, tee, where am I at? Now, all that sounds cool and well, but the fact that he has a little bit of a difficult time baiting things is what makes it more difficult for him in comparison to like Panther or even Storm.
Right.
Panther having backwards, Bass Blessing, that's still cancelable into Spear, cancelable into another special move, cancelable into down, up, whatever you want, makes, in a lot of ways, she's a bit more scarier, right? But she also has another higher skill cap. She does have a high skill ceiling. Where am I going with this and why?
Mm-hmm.
For all that Spider-Man has, it's good to get you started. He's very easy. But even if because I know how this is going to go, right? I'm going to tell you exactly what Pachi was going to do. I've been around I spun the block with Arceus games too long.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Let's say they nerf the low overhead, right?
Mm-hmm.
The next thing you're going to do is make his web zip movement amazing. And then he's going to be baiting all kinds of shit out, just like Panther. But he's always going to go forward. That's the only caveat. He always has to go forward. That's it. And now you're going to be like, cool, now I don't get hit by low overhead. Now he's baiting all your stuff and then counter hitting you. His damage by himself isn't that high. Now, that's not to say he can't dish out damage. Everyone dishes out damage in this game. Yes, the coast to coast is great with the wall break. All that's great to trust. Yes. Yeah, the loops with the webs, cool. He's most likely going to tag off of that. Because Spider-Man plus I've saw it firsthand, and some people are kind of getting a gist of it. Point character into the next character. So like Spider-Man does what he needs to do. Hulk, die. Yes. Round 2. Tag back into Spider-Man. And now we run it again. So Spider-Man serves that purpose in facilitating certain characters like Hulk. If you nerf him, I'm telling you now, Arceus is just gonna make him. They're gonna make him better in another area. You're not gonna like. He might be just okay having his low overhead for now because the damage output's not that high.
But just to play devil's advocate and just out of curiosity, because you say if you nerf him, then XYZ, right? What would you propose? Like, given the conversation now, given that, yes, it's still early days and everybody's going to be saying things that in hindsight, when we look back on it, we're probably going to be wrong about a whole bunch of shit that we're saying, right? And I'm saying that like also specifically because I'm like I don't want to like debate C4 in the chat right now. Like everything I'm saying, I have
Good.
I have the awareness that I'm going to be most likely very wrong in 6 months' time, perhaps even far earlier, right? Everything I'm saying is just basically based on the current sentiment of what we see, what people feel, how people respond to certain things, right? So given that, like, what would you say? Like, if you were to propose a change, if you could be teleported into Arxis's development team right now, given what we currently know in the current landscape and climate, what would you change, if anything?
I'll tell you now. The only thing I know, the thing I know that's going to happen likely is Slide will be slower by a couple frames, just to make the fuzzy guard easier. That'll probably be like the
You mean
first
easier
that they
to
will do.
react to?
Yeah, and even then, it's because you're fuzzing, you're still guessing, but like the difference is the rhythm for the fuzzy it won't be like a one frame. You know, you're doing this. You know, so I look silly, but you know, you're trying to like down up, down up, down up. It'll be like interval here, interval here, interval here. You know, high, low, high, and you're good to go. It's kind of like what they did with Eno in Guilty Gear. Like she has intervals where you can like high, low, high, or low, high, low. You just have to pick a starting point. Or they make the overhead slower, which I don't think that they will. But it's attached to an 8-frame move, so that's kind of like the problem. I think Spider-Man's first hit of 5H was like 8 frames.
And
So
you
like,
know, now that you say that too, right? If we're having this debate of Black Panther and Storm and what are the differences in all these characters, Storm has to like air dash and do J6H at you, which means inherently she's calling an assist already. To access Spider-Man's mix-up, he needs to tap you with like a 5L on block, like a 6 frame. His -4 8-frame normal that he can bait. He can, if you like are mashing, you know, what's the alpha counter, assemble counter, whatever, right? You're mashing back and light and assist, right? And you go back. Well, Spider-Man's just gonna run up and 5M again. He hit you that time, right? Storm needs to actually like do a lot to access her mix-up, even if in the technical side, right? We don't have this debate. Usually it's like, oh, well, it's technical. So, but just because it's hard doesn't mean that it's not broken. It's still
not broken.
She just needs to do things to get there. Neither assist or ice ball, wind gauge, summon a tornado. She needs to do things to get there. Spidey doesn't need to do that. He just kind of does it, and you gotta hold that shit. Like he can call an assist, and if that taps you on block, and Spider-Man just like maniac runs up full screen and touches you with a 5M, well, guess what? You gotta guess.
Okay.
You know,
Well,
other characters don't really have that. And the baseline level, at this very simple level, if you can't convert after that, you can just switch to the other character, Hulk, even Storm, who does a cajillion damage, right? Hulk. Storm, Shuri, you know, Deadpool, right? Characters that just cash out and just do a billion damage, right?
So
that's what it is.
So I would say then, if we're talking about these other characters can do this and more, but the difference is that are harder. I mean, what is the end result from that, right? You get Spider-Man is more ubiquitous from various teams because people can just pick up and start doing that stuff. But ultimately, if all these characters are really strong, if we leave these characters there and then we give it 2 months and people start to learn them, do we start to see Spider-Man less? Doesn't make his stuff well, I was going to say it wouldn't make his stuff less effective, but actually maybe given time, not that it would be all of a sudden magically completely blockable, but maybe it might be more manageable. Maybe we might find other things as well, right? Those things could definitely happen. And as a result,
the issue is the part 2 of the problem is that all his assists are good, which goes to that next step where it's like, okay, well, let's just say they do something and Spidey can't be point character no more. Well, you're just gonna do button with the other character, DP, call in Spidey, and then call an assist, and boom, they're in mix up. Like, it's just what it is. Like,
sounds like you're saying this character should get shot. Is that what you're saying, Tempest?
I'm not gonna say that because I'm not a really big fan of the patch boogeyman cycle, because then it is going to encourage people to move on to the next broken thing over and over and over. And that got very boring with 2X and Street Fighter. So
I do agree with you.
I'm just going to say
I do agree with you. But with that said, let's actually get up some of the charts and let's take a look and see some of the metrics behind some of the character usage, right? Maybe that might be interesting and give us a bit more insight into, you know, what we're feeling versus what could actually be happening, right? So, I mean, we know for sure, right, on before I even get up the chart, that Spider-Man, I think it was everyone in the top 8 was using Spider-Man. Was that correct, or was it?
Yeah.
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 So we had eight Spider-Man users. So let's let me get that up real quick. In fact, what I can do, this is actually from Soul. Shout out to Soul to
Shout out to
Soul.
my boy Soul.
You know what I mean? Soul to Soul. Definitely. Who did we beat? Was it CB?
CB.
Yeah. That was great, man. Cool. You know what I mean? Just cool to hang out with. Now let me switch over to one of these chats and see. Chat, I'm gonna need you to help me out in a second. What we're gonna do, we're actually just gonna go to, it's gonna be Tempest, but I'm gonna just throw something over. Tempest, apologies, it's not gonna be permanent. Just gonna use this as an easy workaround. So, right, so this was the top 8 and the characters that we used in the top 8. Yeah, I'm gonna make it really ghetto, so they can actually still see you, but regardless, yeah, nah, it's all good. Nah, minor, brother. It's not because you know what I mean. But
why not switch to C4's cam and cover the blank screen?
We could do that.
Or you can't.
No, we can do that. We can do that. Give me a sec.
Mm.
See, that's why people, the ideas, man. So you got ideas, man, here. You know what I mean? You were genius. We the best.
You loyal.
You smart.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So it's just that maybe people might not have been able to see it as easily, but regardless, we'll just shuffle it here. So that one looks extremely small. That's the only reason I wasn't going to put it there, because it was a bit small. But I'll read it out for people anyway. And you guys can see the portrait slightly, but regardless, what we are seeing here, we are seeing. Let me just get up here. And I'll read out Soul's too as well. Marvel Token CEO top 8 representation. Further detailed breakdown. Spider-Man was amongst every team in the top 8, but was placed in all 4 positions. 2, Blade and Magneto were commonly used in a supportive role, notably their best positions, vertical and assault. Let's see. And it says but then I just need to actually expand that tweet, because has a bit more to say. There we go. Vertical assault, but they did have leader representation. So, number 3, Green Goblin was the big talk of the town for the last few days leading up to CEO, but the majority of his representation got eliminated in top 16. Even with that said, his presence was still felt from Sonic Fox and Yami. 4, Magic, being the primary character in online play, surprisingly was on the lower end of representation in top 8, despite data showing she had as close to an even spread as you can get in every team position. Even with that said, she's still a very strong character, debatably top 3. All in all, the character spread for the roster seems pretty solid. 11 out of 20 characters were present in the top 8, but of course, with how Talkin team structure works, not every character had true playtime. Roughly 8 out of 11 saw some form of playtime in the leader position at some point throughout top 8. For the first major, only 2 weeks after the game's release, I think we couldn't have gotten a better top 8, especially with a surprise appearance like Penny making it as far as she did. That's one of 2 tweets, but yeah, like that's all basically, you know what I mean? Saying that we actually did get a surprising amount of representation, even though it felt like, man, Spider-Man was just killing everybody. I mean, he was, but he was also like, you know what I mean? He was absolutely destroying everybody. There was no debating. Like, actually, we saw more characters than we thought we did. You know what I'm saying?
We did.
Yeah. And C4 just says Soul forgot to put Jazz Rap's Wolverine in there. Oh yeah. That's great.
That's on the follow-up.
Oh yeah. You're right. So let's bust the follow-up.
Yeah, I'm still looking at it right now on the side. Yeah, that's on the follow-up.
Yeah, you're right. So let's run the follow-up as well. So the second one, he says, here's another breakdown of every position that every character played across the top 8. Forgot to include Wolverine originally, shouts to Jazz Rap. So this one I will also put on there, and actually, I will go, let's see. I won't actually go back to this one because it's going to be a bit easier to see. And then, yeah. Like, honestly, we did get a good amount of characters. I think it's kind of a thing where every character just got to run their stuff. Do you know what I mean? And it was effective up to some point. I mean, we saw Loki's in top 24 and whatnot, and Loki literally was like a high risk, high reward character. Like, I think most people probably would have thought, well, we ain't really gonna see much Loki, but we saw a better Loki. Do you know what I'm saying? So with that said, we have, as we can see here, right? We have in all four positions, we had Spidey and Blades. Leader Vertical Assault, we had Magneto. Leader Shooter and Assault, we had Magic. Leader and Shooter, Storm. Which actually I thought was quite interesting because I think Storm's Assault Assist is actually really good, but I suppose...
Agreed.
Yeah, I suppose maybe it needs a bit more time for people to sit with, right? Because maybe you're like, oh, I have a setup and it upends my setup. I have confirms and it just disjoints my confirms. So I suppose I could see why people might not gravitate towards something like that. Shooter and Assaults, we had Green Goblin. Leader only, we had Penny and Wolverine. Shooter only, we had Ghost Rider. Vertical only, we had Deadpool and Black Panther. And Assault only, we had Carnage. And Carnage is a surprising one because some people are really thinking that Carnage is a crap character. I wouldn't necessarily say so, but I mean, it is what it is right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But yeah. So definitely, like, there's a bit more interesting representation. Like, Carnage is oh, you good, Charlie?
Yeah, I was saying.
Okay, yeah. I thought you saw your hand up because you was, yeah. Yeah. So definitely we're seeing a bit more. I mean, yes, Spider-Man is an issue. It's interesting that we spoke more about Spider-Man than we ever got Green Goblin, and I suppose that is because of the whole, you know, what we perceive to be harder or easier to use as a character, right? Like, the Gobbler was the character where a few days before everyone was like, oh my God, this character's going to sweep everything. And yes, we did see Green Goblin win the tournament alongside Spider-Man. It's like the two perceived problem characters were actually the ones who did go ahead and win the tournament. We didn't see Storm get as far, but we still saw Storm get pretty far. Wolverine, we saw one Wolverine. We expected to see like 7 Wolverine. Well, not we. Some of us expect to see some Wolverines, like about 7, 8 Wolverines, and we didn't quite see that. So definitely, like, it's not as cut and dry as it initially seems. I just think, look, if we're gonna talk about nerfing characters, I just think maybe it's a bit too soon. I can see the reasons why people would be advocates of nerfing or buffing. I think we've seen way too much of that talk way too soon. Like, we're seeing it basically everywhere. And I think there's big reasons as to why we're seeing that, right? Like, this game is a sandbox game, as I said before, but with a sandbox, right, it's kind of like where we were having a conversation off stream and we're talking about Twitter, where Twitter sort of just like meshes the tribes together and expects them to behave, and they don't behave. This is like, and I've described this quite frequently, right, and quite consistently, is that this game is amazing and ambitious in terms of what it's trying to do, but it has 2 core mechanics on a Libra scale that's really gonna just like rub people the wrong way, like who don't like the other one. So you're gonna get tag players who are gonna be like, yeah, like tag, make everyone block, etc., etc. Then you're gonna have people who love assists, and they're gonna be like, no, I love to just like work neutral with assists. I like to use them as pokes, you know, utilize them to make myself safe, etc., etc. And the other side is always gonna say, man, you should nerf the other side. And that's something that the dev team is going to have to deal with for a long time, right? Probably that's what they've been tasked with for the next decade, is that you're going to get people saying, and I've seen it already, they're like the assist calls should have more cooldown. Well, if you make the assist calls have more cooldown, then what's going to happen? You're going to end up having people just be pushed towards tag, and maybe that's what you want, but then tag becomes the thing that's just used a lot. And people are like, oh man, tag's really strong. We should do something about tag. And then the Libra scale tilts again, right? And it keeps tilting. And then you're going to have this sort of situation where it's like, and maybe that's always going to happen regardless, based on balance, but you're always going to have people constantly saying X and Y is too strong. And sometimes, you know, they might be, but I think sometimes maybe we should give it a bit of time, let them sort of play out, and then we can sort of see maybe one might be a little bit stronger than the other. And I think the same thing could be said with the characters. I just think, you know, yeah, Spider-Man is strong. Do you think that... Okay, actually, let me ask you this as well, Charlie. And obviously, you know, this is hard to definitively say. This is just gut feeling. Do you think Spider-Man in November will still be the same issue that he will be now?
In November, like, are you asking whether I think he'll be addressed, like changed in some way by November?
No, I think, do you think he will still be considered a problem by the community by November? And of course, like I said, this is gut feeling. No one could know for sure because we haven't, nobody's completely unpacked the game in a way that's, you know, but how do you feel right now?
Yeah, so I think it could go either way. It could go like, he could be, you know, people could lab it out a lot more and find a lot more solutions, and then Spider-Man will be less of a problem in that regard. And it could go the complete opposite way, where Spider-Man's potential is unlocked even further, and the guy goes Super Saiyan 4, and then he's even more of a problem, right? So, yeah, it sounds like a bit of a cop-out answer, but I think that's the reality of how it may go. Personally, with the whole, like, call for things to get enough, I do agree that we should bide our time a bit more and hold our tongues and kind of just let things play out, because we live in a culture where we're very reactionary as a people, and clout is a hell of a drug, and people want their positions to be heard and felt immediately. But I don't think there's a problem with... I think as long as if a person calls for a change or lets an issue that they have be heard, as long as they caveat it with, like, I could be wrong, or it is still too early currently, but this is how I feel about X situation. I think if more people do that, the discussion becomes a lot more healthier and less just frustrating or less annoying to see transpire online. But yeah, to answer your previous question, like, yeah, I think it could go either way. Gun to my head, if I was to force myself to choose which direction it may more likely go, I'm going to say, given the nature of what kind of game this is, I'm going to say more likely people will lab it out and more likely find solutions to his menace than his menace becoming even more menacing. But I feel like it's quite a strong likelihood that either thing could happen.
So with that said, do you think that you should get shot like anytime soon?
That's going to depend on when Arxis decides to do their first shooting patch, right? Like, because Arxis could be the people making the mistake. They might decide to make the first wave of balance changes next month, which you could argue, like, that would create a world where it's like, okay, maybe Arxis is the one that's, you know, pulling the trigger too early, right? Mm-hmm. But if Arxis decides, okay, we're not going to do anything until 5 or 6 months from now, then I would probably argue that, you know, that's enough time to be like, let's kind of shake things up a bit or address some stuff. So yeah, I can't really answer if he's going to be shot. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to answer because I don't know when they plan to. But my answer is going to change depending on when they plan to shoot people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. All right, well, no, I hear that. I just think, like, if that's the case, you just sort of leave him. I mean, it really is dependent on what people's tolerance is, right? Like, this is obviously...
Well, really, it depends what they want. Not to cut you off. It really comes down to what kind of game Arxis wants to make. Do they want to have the frustration, or do they want to keep the frustration that some people or a lot of people feel when they're having to guess the fuzzy situation that Spider-Man can very easily set up? Do they want that to continue to happen? My guess would be that the answer to that is probably no. Like, they probably don't want that frustration to exist for too long. But again, that's just a guess. Maybe they're in their offices like, oh, this is great. This is exactly what we wanted. But yeah, if I was a betting man, I'd bet that they probably don't want that to happen for too much and for too long.
My guess is that they're standing there like Ed Harris in the Truman Show. You know the meme when he's standing there with the glasses and the hat, yeah, and he's got the friggin' the beret on, and he's just like, all right, now do this. Let's see what happens. Now do that. Let's see what happens. I think that they were more willing to. They would rather beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. They knew that you couldn't tone these things up to this level, and so they would rather start from this level and see what people can actually tolerate and then go from there. I think that they know this thing was strong. I like the fact that I was playing pre-release Danger and she was playing the way she was playing was like they knew the type of game they wanted to make. They were just trying to gauge what people were actually, you know, willing to tolerate. And clearly somewhere along those lines, they got kind of spooked and said, if we release it like this and Danger starts just like peppering everyone from full screen, people are gonna get pissed. So we ain't gonna have it. So they shot her pretty quick. And sure, I got pissed off, but now from then I was like, oh, okay, I see maybe where you're looking to go now. You're kind of like you're gauging the pain tolerance of everybody, and you're going from there. But my thing right now is that there's just lots of noise. There's lots and lots of noise. Now, I'm obviously good. Don't get me wrong. Everybody should be coming from the direction they're coming from, right? In terms of what game, right? It brings in the tribes. Your tribal lines are going to be your tribal lines, but you know you're obviously going to have to compromise with certain things when it comes to what you actually take in this game. Now, like I said, some people are tag fans and they don't like assists. That's why they're calling for, oh, assist needs to be like more cooldown. And when I had this conversation with somebody, yeah, I said, they said, yeah, there's some problems with the game. I said, what are the problems? They said, assists have too little cooldown. I said, oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting. I said, it's kind of like Marvel 2's cooldown. What do you think of that game? It was I never played it. I was like, oh, I said, well, that's interesting because you are definitely a representation of somebody who is the target audience, but at the same time, you're being subject to things that are like historically loved of the genre, but I don't think people necessarily want to play it in the way that they think they want to play it. I think that you're going to get a bunch of people who loved older games, but when you actually give them the older games, they're like, no, we can't play this. Like, it's not even that they physically can't, they don't want to. Like, they're used to a different age where, you know, people are much more about, cool, this needs to get patched immediately, right? Like I saw, look at the tag, super tag tech. The first response I see below is like, oh, this has to get patched immediately. It wasn't like, oh, let me go T-mode and see what this thing's saying, and then say, oh, damn, this thing's broken. It was, no, this has to get patched straight away. And so for some people, if you give your take, I'm like, cool. But for others, I'm like, man, that's the first response. It's not even like, let it play out a little bit. Yeah. Oh, I tried it online and it was crazy. I got hit by that 7. If it was like, yo, I got hit by that 10 times. Fuck this game and fuck that. That needs to get patched. I would actually hear that a bit more. But now it's like everyone is so used to just seeing anything that sort of slightly steps out of line and they're like, nah, that needs to get patched. I have a problem with that personally. And I am obviously of more the generation Apache, but I understand that these things are all going to be fighting with each other. Now, I think that what you said was absolutely true. It's a case of what they want to make, right? And clearly they want to have a game that's successful, and they are anxious to make this game successful. And so maybe they might see people complaining about it for the next couple of weeks and say, you know what, they win, we're going to do it. I hope that's not the case.
It's very funny because I hear like 3 complaints the absolute most, and I'm like, they're in other tag games, but I understand why, like, it feels really scrubby to deal with. It's when the system go away unhit. That makes a lot of people very angry.
Oh, that pisses people off a lot.
Yeah, that makes people very angry. I see people that complain that, like, when the assists are sitting there, they go like Marvel Infinite, where they just like, they like disappear. Like, they start like going green, and they like go into the background almost, and you can't hit them, and they get frustrated because they're like, I should be happy birthdaying this person, right? I've had people go on rants like, oh, I would even take the reduced damage of a happy birthday if that means that there's more risk associated with me mashing out of your bad assist, right?
Well, the thing is that they've actually put like certain things in place to stop you from, like, assist could have been a lot scrubbier, which is not to say that excuses however they are now. I personally, shocker, I'm not going to say they're completely perfect, but I think I'm more than willing to accept them as they are for the next 6 months to a year, the next year, honestly. But I played through Marvel 3, so I'm obviously going to have a bias there and a pain tolerance when it comes to assists that aren't like other people. But I think when you've got so many strong mechanics in the game, I think maybe we should have a bit more time with them and maybe think of, okay, what's the counterplay? Some people are saying there's no counterplay, but I've heard those same people be like, say one thing a week ago and now they're like, oh damn, it's not the same. The same way we were in the beta. Beta 1, there was no source. Beta 2, Beta 1 Friday, there was no source. Beta 1 Saturday, there was source. Beta 1 Sunday, damn, okay, let's actually talk about the game.
Well, that's arguable though, right? People's threshold for when source was finally descended upon the game, it varies from person to person,
True.
right? So
You're not wrong, because I saw people. I showed storm combos, and I was like, "Don't tell me there's no source in the game." Some of the replies was like, "When you talk about dog, there's like this ain't no source." They're like, they're just doing combo and then jump combo, and then I'm like, well, then what the hell is source to you? I don't get it anymore. Like,
one thing I do want to say though, in regards to what Tempest said about the assist, is like I think that one thing that I would love to see is I would love to have played previous unreleased builds of Tokon to see what the process was before they landed on a specific way the game is played, especially with like with the thing with how some people want assists to be clipped easier, right? Like you can, or they go away on hit or whatever. I think that my guess, right, is that there was a build of this game where that was the case. But what ended up probably happening was that it felt like you just couldn't call assists anymore because your assists will just get clipped all the time. And I think that's probably, from a design perspective, probably not what the developers want, because you cannot, if you're making a 4v4 game where you want people to have the power fantasy of having your marble team and calling your assists, the fantasy doesn't function if your assists get just clipped left and right to the point where you no longer want to call them. So I think they probably had to make, if that was the case and that did happen, they probably had to make a very difficult decision where we understand that it may be frustrating that you can just call the assist, hit the opponent, and then you get saved by the assist. That can be frustrating. But the alternative is a world where just everybody's getting hit left and right, and now we no longer want to call it assists. And then now our philosophy and our fantasy with the game fails. So obviously I could be wrong. Maybe that wasn't a previous build, but I imagine that was the case. But it's a difficult thing to balance for sure.
I think you've got a decent point. I think it's definitely very possible, especially if you, like I said, right, a bunch of these major mechanics are just like brushing up against each other in ways where it's not typical. Like there's very few games that really even do it. I think what's funny is that, so they're saying, right, with assists, that assists maybe not punishable enough. I mean, so right, obviously, this isn't about them being punishable. This is about assists as a whole. So they did the whole 24 frame to 30 frame lockout of assist out of block stun, which means that you can't mash them during block strings, right? They made sure that didn't happen. That was one. Also, the fact that they want you, that the tag and the assist mechanics have to coexist, means that small window is because they want it where, let's say they were doing on block, right? Say they were the aggressor and they were trying to tag into somebody else. They wouldn't have an issue with how, little cooldown there is between that window, because they're too busy trying to enact the tag aspect of it. It's when they have to enact with the assist aspect of it that now it's weird. It's a bit of an issue, right? I'm not sure how they can resolve that while still allowing people who enjoy tagging to maintain that. Because then you're going to be like, oh, now my strings aren't tight enough. Because the defensive mechanics in this game, if you don't have airtight strings, sometimes, assemble counter can come through and you could be in trouble. So, it's going to be tough for them to really enact it. But I think my thing is, so with assist, let's say you punish assist in Marvel 3. Let's take Marvel 3 again, right? The Marvel 3 guy is talking about Marvel 3 all the fucking time. But it doesn't matter, right? So Marvel 3, if I absolutely snipe an assist but don't kill him, he has 80% friggin' red health, and then I don't call him, he gets all that health back. In this game, if I snipe that assist and I take a good chunk of that health off, I'm taking it off of your health, the point character. Which means that actually, maybe you don't need to be doing, massive damage to these characters all the time. Maybe it's just a mindset thing, and you just do a little chunk of damage here, a little chunk of damage there, and next thing you know, you do one B and B on the point character, and they're dead. That's definitely something, but that obviously will take time, because that's not going to be something that people will look at immediately. They're just going from previous games, and they're saying, hey, it's not like the previous game. And I did this, right? This is why I'm actually so adamant with what I'm saying now, is that I had a 6-month head start because I spoke to, some of the team. We try not to, name as much, but, and I was like, hey, some of these defensive mechanics aren't very good. And they were like, actually, they're very good. You just haven't played the game enough. And I was like, they're right. Let me go back and think about it. And then I came back and I thought about it and I tried to challenge them again. And the response was interesting. And they had a little back and forth. But ultimately, they were like, hey, it's a new game. We understand that you're going to come from these things, but it's a new game. And we would love for you to, approach it as a new game. And I was like, you know what?
They said, shut up and wait, bro.
Yes.
That's what they said to you.
Yes. And you know what's
Just
great?
go and wait.
But you know what's great about that is as time passed, I was like, wow, they're right. I did need to shut up and wait. Actually, maybe I should, but it's human nature to just be like, you try something like, I don't like that, right? That's fine, I hated friggin' mango as a kid. Now I love mangoes, right? So things happen.
Mangoes?
Yeah, it's
the ultimate fruit, but what do you mean?
I know it is the ultimate fruit. I agree with you as well, but I was a picky eater. Now you give me, I see food, I eat it. Do you know what I'm saying? So times change, but that's how it is sometimes. It's like and it's hard, but my like I said, my fear is just at first was that, they're going to sort of look at everybody out there saying, man, I don't like any of these things, and be like, oh damn, they don't like it. We want them to like our game. We have to change it. Maybe they might go the route of what, I had the conversation and there was a bit of pushback, and maybe they're still like, you know what? Let them hold it for a little bit and they'll eventually like it. Because I can't lie, even certain things I've said weren't very good, I'm now saying, actually, I can sort of see the logic behind a bit more. A crossover I thought was like terrible. Now I'm like, actually, that's better than I thought it was. I still don't think it's like, I still think we need more, but I do think it's better than, I initially thought. But you do get some people where like, they even say, man, I was playing fighters before and this was like this. This needs to change, man. And I'm like, yeah, okay, so you want it to be like fighters. I get it, right? But maybe we just need those growing pains. And these growing pains are kind of necessary for a game that's so new and so unique, And it is a very unique.
I think there's one thing we slightly missed, which was to go back to like talking about the character strength and stuff.
Please.
Do we feel that Green Goblin is similar to the discussion about Spider-Man and whether he is a problem or not? What do we think of Green Goblin currently?
Something of a top tier myself. What do you guys think? I've been waffling for like 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Only coming fresh from this one.
Mm-hmm.
I spent this afternoon labbing the Sonic Fox setup just to find out that it wasn't as good. It's pretty fake in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean it doesn't have potency. I think my trepidation was watching Sonic Fox play Cloud before the tournament and not having enough time to lab it myself and try to find answers in the case I had to fight it. But finding out what that character can actually do in terms of Oki, like, is he really that good? Probably.
Okay.
I think the reality is like, this is the other tactic of Tokon. It's like, point character, go burr. All right, go get him, Goblin. And then Goblin does this thing, and then it's like, all right, I'm out here and I get to do my thing until you either die trying to escape or it gets reversed. Cool. But I think there's still a lot to explore with him. He's probably a Pandora's box, to be honest with you. Will he end up being like ridiculous down the road? Yeah. I think my current trepidation right now with him is the community just trying to copy and paste Sonic Fox right now. Like, y'all gotta like, training mode's right there. There's lots of options. Learn some new things, and try to go past just cherry picking Goblin and just plopping them on your team just to try to get a dub. Like, at that point, just pick Magic. You don't gotta do all that. I mean, you can get a lot of results with Magic and stuff like that. But
I do think that Goblin, just to add on to what you're saying, it feels like if a person's goal when playing this game is to turn it into a one-player game as easily as possible, it's probably Goblin is one of the main characters you do that with, right? Like if you want to minimize human to human interaction and you just want to run your shit and not only run your shit but increase the likelihood that the opponent doesn't know what to do when you run your shit, Goblin is probably that guy. And not to say that I don't know whether that's a problem. I mean, it'll probably be a problem if it lasts that way for too long. But some people have fun in that way. Like that's how they like to interact. They play a PvP game and they don't want the other P to exist. You know what I mean? So that's probably what's happening right now.
I don't think that's an issue entirely. I always say when it comes to fighting games, like one of the problems we have is it's a lot of times unavoidable, but
Yeah.
it's unavoidable as time goes by, right? But in the early stages, there's always that like, well, I don't know what I'm blocking, I don't know what I'm looking at, and I think that's, I mean, my hot take is why I despise week one tournaments. You know, I'd rather 2 weeks, 3 weeks in, or a month in, and then we get like a major.
Yeah.
You know, instead of, as you guys say in the UK, us waffling about, mashing ABC, doing the XYZ, and then like fake mix-ups into, all right, now I want 100K or some shit like that. It's like, that's not like at that point, and that's just me.
Is that not something?
No.
I have to say he got away with murder, bro.
100K, he'd be like, I'm done, bro.
Nah. It's just my personal feelings about day one tournaments. That's really it. It's not like, it's nothing to do with anyone in particular, and there's no hate or malice towards Sonic or anyone that wins in this fashion. It's just a character like that. That's any character that's set up around set play. Like all someone needs to do is come up with a setup or two that's early infallible. Oh man, and then everyone just gets sensationalized. Oh man, you can't do anything about that. You can't do anything about that. Nope, that's too good. Can't do it. It's like, okay, like I hear you. You got caught in it. You tech rolled back. You ate the bomb. You got cooked. Okay, cool. Twitter exists. The setup's right there. It's there. Sonic has footage. You can, and it doesn't take much to use the same training mode. Like, and I've gone, and I'm on a rant here, but just hear me out, because this isn't the first time I've done this.
Go for it.
Right? In Marvel Infinite, he had the setup also with the Groot and the Rocket Raccoon stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I actually found the answer to it. And people were like, oh, you're doing the setup wrong. Is Sonic's freaking game, like, does he have a secret build of the game that we don't know about or something? Is that specifically the Sonic Fox build? That are we all playing on specific Sonic Fox builds when we play in tournament? No. Like, I can visually see what's happening. I can recreate the situation. Oh, it's not frame perfect. Come to find out months later, someone was like, yeah, that shit was actually good. Like, I'm not someone that doesn't, I don't, like, if you got set play, if you got mix-ups, I need answers.
Yeah.
Because for what it's worth, if you're a competitor, right? And I apologize for the casual people because it applies to you, but not as much as the competitor, as the guys that actually travel, right? If you're traveling, it's in your best interest to know what the fuck is about to hit you in this goddamn tournament. You should be prepared for as much shit as you fucking can, right? That means if you're going to get hit by Deadpool unblockables, you need to be ready. If you're going to get hit by this shit, you need to be ready. You need to know how to, even if your answer is like, let's say the answer is not 100% correct, right? The goal at that point is to weigh out your risk reward ratio. If the risk reward to this is like 30 to 40% being correct and the rest is his, so be it. I'd rather have a 40% chance of fucking you up for trying to do that than to give you a 100% chance to fuck me up for free. At that point, what did you spend your money on?
Yeah.
You know, and sorry,
that's
very passionate.
These kids, I say this a lot, they forget that we all have the same video game, the same character select screen, the same training mode. This is something that when I was playing Guilty Gear Strive, and I felt the community shift, so there was a community there. They were very hardcore. Then the new kids came in, and they were miserable. Oh, I got, the round 1, I gotta play a soul bad guy. Oh my god. Round 2. Oh, I gotta play a Kai Kisuke. Oh my god. Round 3. Oh, I gotta play a Mei. Oh my god. Meanwhile, this person is playing like the most egregious 50-50 character known to man. Like they could be playing Happy Chaos. And it doesn't matter who they touch, right? They'll just roll their eyes and go like, oh, I gotta play this character. This character's so broken. You don't see the vision, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there, and I'm just, and again, I guess like I'm not unk. I'm like 25 right now. At the time, I was like 22. I'm looking at other people.
You ain't unk, bruv.
And go, this is really childish. Like,
definitely not unk.
you like playing the video game, and
Yeah.
and the stuff that they mention to you, it's like, okay, well, have you tried? And have you tried just blocking on wake up? Like the 9 times out of 10, when you're talking about like wiggling out of these situations, 9 times out of 10, what they're talking about, you just put your hand in your head and you're just like, just block. Just block. You don't have to have a system mechanic to get out of this. You don't need a DP out of this. You don't need to fuzzy block, jump, wake up throw, just guard, just block. Some characters will lose their turn if they don't have that 50 bar in Strive. If they don't have green meter in Tokon, they don't have drive meter in Street Fighter. 9 times out of 10, they're losing their turn right afterwards. Just block, right? It might not be the same case for Goblin. Like you get hit, you gotta get hit, right? You gotta find your way out of that situation. But for 90% of the stuff that I hear, especially because I was around for DNF Duel, and I was around for the Crusader stuff. And I was around, and I remember that first tournament when Crusader was at his most broken, right? The first tournament that it was a bum tournament. He put $5,000. I could bet people money they don't know what won, and it wasn't Swiftmaster. It was Konoichi, and it was Master Mike walking back and whiff punishing people and playing better. He was playing Street Fighter in an anime game, and he used the Omni Block right. And that's all it takes sometimes.
To be fair though, like you say just block, right? But I think the real statement should be just block correctly. Because sometimes people block and they're blocking correctly until they're not correct anymore and then they get opened up, right? Like I think it's a little bit more like there's a little bit more going on than just saying just block, yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yes.
Like
I agree with that too.
It's kind of like as somebody, I have a background in dance, right, like street dance, right? And sometimes people will say like to get better, just practice, right? But we all know that there's people when people say practice makes perfect, right? But then the real statement is actually perfect practice makes perfect. You cannot just practice. You cannot just block. You have to block correctly, or you have to practice correctly in order to get the results you want to get. And with blocking, it's sometimes a bit trickier when you're having to defend against some things that are not reactable or very difficult to react to, and then there is an element of RNG involved, and you just have to make the correct guess. So, especially in a type 4v4 fighting game, it's a bit of a crazy world.
This is just my biggest like. You know, the statement really isn't the just block, more as a there are going to be situations that your ass is going to be to the concrete, and you got to guess, and you just have to guess, and you can't just sit there and every time you're in that guessing situation, like J. Jonah Jameson said, Spider-Man, like literally just talk about it like that, because then like you've given up mentally, and I see that, and I appreciate Kensou because he talked about the answers earlier, and I'm like. Well, you know what? You're the first person that I've heard in the 1.5 weeks that I've been back that has even talked about trying to find answers. You know?
Well, yeah,
like at all.
It's definitely. I mean, the game itself does give you pretty powerful tools to deal with him, right? It's why, like like we'd even talked about Tempest, like we'd sort of gone from this game has no defensive mechanics to mechanics are too strong, and that's obviously people getting to grips.
So just cut you off, Chrome. There's a robot effect happening in the audio too. Chat just pointed out. I don't know how long it's been going on for.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
It's like a roboting, echoing effect. It's on YouTube. I haven't checked if it's on Twitch yet.
Okay, robot and echoing. Got you.
Fuck! I got hit with a Twitch ad.
Let's see now. I think it should be okay. I think maybe we had more than one audio. Is it good?
Checking.
All right. So Big Brian says it's on Twitch. Thank you for letting me know. Still robotic, or let's see.
I think it's okay now. Maybe someone in the chat can confirm.
Yeah, please confirm, and then we'll continue from there. He's okay now. Okay, great. Was it for long? Hopefully, it wasn't for long. Yeah. Also, listen, for those of you who hear people say kids, I mean, the reason why I wouldn't take offense to it because like kids right now are the ones who win in the tournaments, bro. Aside from CEO, if you're under the age of 21, you're basically on peds. Do you know what I'm saying? Like your your natural youth is what is just helping you demolish everybody. Shout out to Bleed. Bleed was just a shame that Bleed got DQ'd from the tournament because my God, Bleed was sweeping everyone online.
Yeah, no words on that.
Yeah, utterly insane. So a shame we couldn't
Why
see.
did he get DQ'd?
We don't know the reason why. We just know. I don't know. There was Bleed had a tweet explaining some of it. I think some others were explaining some of it. Apparently, they were saying it wasn't the TO's fault, but it was some bullshit or something. But they don't. I don't know exactly to really speak on it. But what I do know is that like Bleed did get DQ'd like shortly before top 8, which is a real shame because Bleed has won basically what every tournament they've been in. Has Bleed come second yet in a tournament yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, he has.
No.
Oh, he has?
I think so. Yeah, I think he has.
Wow. Well,
I can double check, but I'm pretty sure.
that
Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
yeah, because every time I see like congratulations to Bleed at Bleed, by the way, and I'm like, oh shit, just want another one. You know what I mean? But yeah. Either way, but yeah, no, please, if you guys have anything else to say on that one, please go ahead.
Yeah, just I feel like it's just at the end of the day, right? Like I've spun the block around this shit too long.
Mhm.
It's like Elfed unblockables, I'm on it. Zato unblockables, I'm on it. Johnny unblockables, I'm on it. Bedman shenanigans, I'm on it. It doesn't matter. Like whether it's to me, it's like whether you want to do it or not, that's not my problem.
Right.
You know, but I'm not gonna sit here and let any player of any caliber come up with some kind of tech that I don't have an answer for.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? For every one Sonic Fox, now there's all these freaking Sonic Fox bots moving around playing the same team or just playing my two favorite characters, Spider-Man and freaking, Goblin, and just trying to X-copy that shit. Like, man, it's just too good. It's like, is it really?
What, Metal Sonic Fox, yeah? Is that what we're calling them?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you want to call Wooden Sonic Fox, whatever, dude. Freaking Geppettos out here, man. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I see it.
Pinocchios and
The
freaking
buzz.
putties.
Okay.
Nah, because and I say that only because like I've spun the block to the point to where I've created metas for characters. I mean, I'm clearly still known as the chip god of the US.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you think that came. I just woke up one day and was like, all right, man, chip is the best. Nah, I have blood, sweat, and tears to get through that, and then fighting all the crap in the game, understanding what needs to be done. It's like I don't see that same type of tenacity in today's players. It's like, oh, this hits me too much. Nerf it. That's egregious. It's like I don't want to sound like that old player that's like I dealt with worse, because the reality is I have, right? So what you're complaining about to me feels like whatever, like this is light. That doesn't mean it should.
We dealt with Prime Elfel and Prime Happy Chaos. To be real with you, there's nothing that's ever gonna come close. I'm sorry. You get hit with a little burrito setup.
Bro,
so it is what it is, bro.
Listen,
gotta hold that mix up.
Vanilla Phoenix and Ultimate Virgil.
Dude,
I've never.
To me, it makes no sense, right? Because they'll be like, yo, where's the mix? Now take that out. So what do you want? Then you'd be like, the game's sauceless. All right, so what do you want? Well, I want mix, but not like that. So you want high-low? Nah. So you want left-right? Well, not. I want crossover protection, but not like that. So like what? Well, you see, it needs to be exactly 2 frames. You sure? Yeah, it'd be perfect. Then they get hit. Man, this crossover protection shit, I don't know why they changed it. What do you want? The game's going to have mix-ups. The game's going to have fucked up situations. You just got to get good at dealing with it. Whether it's like when you love a game, right? You take it for what it is. It's like your girlfriend, right? She got issues. She got problems. You got problems. But the reality is you work with it. You know what I'm saying? If you really, truly enjoy it, you work with it. Obviously, you can complain and say whatever you want and have your grievances. But like at the end of the day, you're going to boot up, hit that rank, and go get your little PNG and have a good time, right? But take it upon yourself to like know that You need to lab. You need to I wish for every time we have a new mix, someone's like, "Yo, here's how you beat it."
Mm-hmm.
But we don't got that.
I think we have
It's
to
a
do that. I think we have to do that. I honestly,
it's a new mix
remember-
every day.
I was thinking about this earlier. Actually, I wanted to come up with a video series with like, I don't know, I was gonna call it the files or the hit list or some shit. Yeah, and every time somebody comes up with something, I'm just like, here's how you beat it. Because if you don't, then it just runs amok and people are just like, yeah, that shit's broken, and it stays like that until Arxis deals with it. Like, it's like if we don't deal with it, then they'll deal with it. So I think when people are like, well, they'll deal with it, we just don't really bother. Which I don't, that's part of the fun is also dismantling the stuff that's strong, right? That's something that Ono, right, is not, and that's not a name that everybody wants to hear these days, right? Not really covered in glory the way it once was. But Ono said, one of the reasons why Arcade Edition was the way it was is because he said, it's healthy for communities to have a villain character. To have a character that's broken, that they're like, how do we deal with this character, right? Now, of course, that isn't perfect, right? But that is actually what happened both in Marvel 3 and in SF4. Marvel 3, I remember the whole, here's the anti-Phoenix tech. Here's the Wesker must die combo challenge, right? If you touch Wesker, we kill him. Like, those things were, they did come up and they were frequent. And they did kind of bring people together. And I do think that's maybe what we need to do now. But, I do also think, and let me ask this question too, do you think that maybe just patch culture in general has just made people, more complacent and just not really willing to engage with any of that stuff?
Has it? Is
Yeah,
that
for
even
sure.
a question? Is that even a question?
Yeah, that's a non-debatable.
Is that really is that really something we need to be asking? I was part of the 2X community. Dude, every single week, different character. I saw this. I have receipts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to name the two players, but you guys know exactly who I'm talking about. This patch is perfect. We just need to change X, Y, Z, and like this, that, and the third, and so on and so forth. And then the game will be perfect. But then, like 2 months later, you have that tweet, and then you have the, wow, this game is perfect. We just need Alawi nerfed and Ari nerfed, and then so on and so forth. Then we have the next month. This game is perfect, and I'm just sitting there like, okay. I'm breathing in. There are points where when Tokon launched, I uninstalled Discord, uninstalled Twitter. I even went as far to uninstall Facebook and Facebook Messenger. And the reason why I did it was because I wanted to actually focus on winning. And by God, I won the first 3 locals in my state in Jersey. I made 3rd in the biggest tournament that we have. I made it out of my CEO pool, and I know that's not really a big deal for most people, but for me, who has been a very inconsistent player, that meant leaps and bounds. I went into the tournament super confident, and I wasn't worried about any Spider-Man discourse. I had my own opinions on the game, so when people at the bar, and this is a good story, I had a completely different top 5 from the rest of y'all, because I was playing a different game, and it was mostly right towards now, but then you guys heard it, you were like, what the what? And to circle back to the bleed thing, the only loss he's taken so far in tournament besides getting DQ'd was to Mr. McMarvin, or I don't know what that dude's tag is, but he's the other Deadpool.
Okay.
Mr. Marvin. He's the other Deadpool player.
I thought you were going to say
which
you.
is why I believe what I believe.
I thought you were going to go, it was me. It was me. It's me, Austin. It's me all along, Austin. I was like, oh, shit.
I wish.
No, go on. Yeah.
But when it comes to focus and stuff like that, if you actually really, really want to win, if you want to stop bitching, if you just want to stop being a stream monster, you need to cross that threshold of, I don't care what's happening on Twitter. I don't care what these players are saying. I am going to scroll my character's hashtag like the Bible. Mm-hmm. I am just going to go on Twitter, on Discord or Twitter or whatever. I am just going to scroll tech. And that's all I'm going to do. And I'm going to have training mode open, and that's it. And enough with the bullshit. Enough with the going to Twitter and complaining about Spidey. None of that. Because you don't see me doing that. And I've won almost every local in my area. Right? You don't see Sonic Fox doing that. He wins every local. You see the people who don't win complaining about You know, like I'm not gonna name names, but they definitely aren't getting their tournament placings.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is what it is.
sucks.
So
Is what it is.
I mean, listen, the thing is, ultimately, though, those are, well, everyone so far has been a paying customer who's most likely complaining about, hey, I did this and this happened. They're a paying customer. What Arxis does want, though, is retention of those customers, right? So their voices are going to be heard the way that our voices are going to be heard. And that, to me, is like a nightmare. Because it's funny, right? I don't want to diminish everybody's voice like that. Obviously, everybody has their bias of they want the game that you know they want from the game, from the sandbox. They're building their sandcastle and they're saying, get rid of everything else there. It's cool. They're like, cool. Put a little fence around that. Wait for the tide to come in. It'll wash the rest of it away. And that is like, you know, for me, maybe it's just that, hey, as a Marvel free player, I already see what I love in this game, and I'm like, cool. Leave it right there. Don't change it. Don't take my game away from me. Because this has been like, in the last 15 years, there's been 2 games I felt this way about. It's Marvel 3 and it's this. So I'm just like, man, this game is fantastic. You know, and the other thing as well, because I've seen, you know, people, you know, shouts to the men them out on the TL as well, man. Guys, like, we, you know, follow each other, we're cool. Like, I see people in person, we're good. You know what I'm saying? And if we saw each other, we'd have the conversation. It'd be a different thing than, that's why I'm not even saying no specific names. You know what I'm saying? I'm just be like, I see this talk on the TL of like, everyone like, yo, assists need more cooldown. It's like, well, I hear you, but at the same time, and you may even be you know, it might even happen. But what are the ramifications to that happening? I think that's always a question we probably have to ask from now on, is like, so if that happens, what happens then?
It always happens like that, dude. Because you look at Street Fighter 6. Oh man, beta. Drive Impact so scrubby. Drive Impact's bad for the game. Drive Impact this. Drive Impact that. Like, man, they need to take it out the game. It's so scrubby. It makes bad players good. Fast forward 6 months later, who's using Drive Impact? Or like, I promise you, man. Like, I think I'll say this about myself, so those that watch can understand where I come from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've spanned across as many, like, I've been playing fighting games competitively since 2002.
Oh shit!
I spun the motherfucking block. So when I speak, I don't speak out of turn because I'm like trying to be a smartass. I've seen enough games and how things move. I've seen how developers do things, and like, I speak because of how they do things and how they continue to do things. Because we're mostly dealing with Japanese developers, right? Yeah. Sure, some of their stuff has changed, but it's like, I've seen this for so long that it's like, if I ever speak about a character, it's because I'm very confident about things. It isn't to say that I can't be wrong. Trust. But like, in this, and Charlie did say this, right? Like, people do talk in like definitives, and I'm slight tangent here. People do talk in definitives sometimes, and I know sometimes I might come across that way, but it's only because I spun this block so many times, and I've seen how much these developers balance games. It's almost like, this is gonna sound very like harsh in some ways, but I'm always at least a year ahead of people when it comes to stuff. In Strive, I posted so much stuff that top players used a year later. I'm like, you can't be for real. This mechanic has been here since the dawn of time. Why are y'all so slow? Or like, there's certain things that people just can't see. And you know, I get it. I know that sometimes these conversations for me sometimes are hard to have because like, I just have that like foresight of seeing things, and like, it's like a blessing and a curse for me sometimes.
It is.
You know, because I'm so far ahead that like, they're like, I don't see that. And then it's like 6 months to a year later, even then, like, this thing here I mentioned it's really strong, you know. But like, where I'm trying to go with this is just like, please, people, like, explore the game. Everything Tempest just said is like so smart. Like, you just gotta lock in and learn your game. You know what I'm saying? Like, just whatever. I'm done. Let me stop.
No, it was well put.
I do think in response to Chrome, though, what you said about the like, one of the things I feel is that, you're saying that, if the cooldown on the assist does change, like what's going to happen next? Like what could that lead to? And while that is true, I do also think that we something something shouldn't not be changed, or we shouldn't not change something
Mhm.
just because of just because of some unknown that may happen. I think going into the conversation, like, again, if we were all developers or if we were on the team, like, and somebody says, okay, we now need to adjust the cooldown of the assists because of XYZ. We cannot in the studio be like, well, we can't do that because of this unknown variable that may happen, like, after the patch is done, right? Obviously, you can consider the ramifications of the specific change itself, but you cannot be like, we cannot make this specific change because of this unknown reality that we haven't even pondered up yet. So let's not make this change. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what some people are. Well, at least for me, that's like the issue that I have when we say, what happens if we do make X change? What may happen
I would
in this
agree with
unknown world?
you. I would agree with you if it wasn't for how the games are made now. The way the games are made now, they're made to the point of being, and I'm going to say this very loosely, perfect, right? Like Street Fighter 6, for example, is a perfectly system mechanically made game, right? That any one change could drastically screw over that game to the point to where it could be completely unplayable. And when I say unplayable, you know how the community rolls, right? When they say things are unplayable, right? You don't want to hit them with some type of shock value because of that variable. When you change things, like, you can't just change it for the sake of, well, let's just see what happens because you're losing
But
money.
that wouldn't. Let's turn this into a bit more of a sparring, right? Like, that wouldn't be the that wouldn't be what we would want to happen. Like, that wouldn't be the actual pathway. Like, for the in the world of Street Fighter 6, for example, um, drive rush is the thing that I see people that have been complaining about. Like, drive impact at the beginning was being complained about for sure, and to some degree now. But it's drive rush that is the permanent thing that a lot of people of all varying levels have an issue with, right? And one change that I've heard people talk about consistently is why when you clip somebody doing drive rush, why isn't it a punish counter? Or why don't you get counter hit, right? And I think
It
that
is counter hit though.
may
It's just not punish counter.
yeah, punish counter. So, like, I think that there is a world where maybe that could be the change that doesn't actually completely break the game and it would be reasonable. However, there could be, again, maybe there's a build where they did do that and it changed something that we're not aware of, and Capcom was like, we don't like how this feels, even though you guys think that this is the solution. It's actually not, because we've got a build in our studios where we've tried it and it's not it, right? But I think that there are some suggestions that are more reasonable than others, and I don't think every
That's fair.
suggestion is a if we do this, it's going to be hell on earth type of scenario. But it comes down to, like,
Yeah.
yeah, not to cut you off. I just think that there is a
No,
there is
you're
a
right.
back
You're right. I
and forth
agree.
that can be had. Yeah,
I
So
like that.
like, I guess ultimately what I'm saying is, not every change, or not every proposal for a change is, let's just do this because of willy-nilly. Let's see what happens. Let's throw a bunch of poop on the wall and see which one doesn't slide down in 10 seconds, right? Like, there's going to
Thank
be
you. I
different.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, I really appreciate you saying that way, because what ends up happening a lot of time in these discussions, it's always, why can't they just do one build of the game where it's like that? Because they're gonna fucking lose money, smartass. Like, they can't just do this because, like, it's not as simple as, like, all right, we have this small sub outlet of people that are upset, right?
Yeah.
In comparison to the overall, because you guys only mean so much in comparison to the grand scheme of things. So, like, something has to give there, and I think that's where, like, that's always my trepidation. So I apologize if that may have seemed a little out of turn with that one. It's just, I've heard that argument so much, Charlie, that it's always just like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
wall
I hear
stick.
you.
so I'm
Go get 'em.
gonna say this, yeah. Like, so I guess it's three things. One, okay, I guess I'll start with one, is that with patching, really, it tends to be less about what you want and more about what you need. And obviously, what you need is riskier. Not riskier, it's there's more of an unknown, because it's not about, this person says, hey, this thing is strong, change it. You're not going to be like, oh, let's change that. You're more going to look at the underlying metrics and what's being used and what isn't being used, and maybe going to do it based on that. But the second thing as well, I think when it comes to people, when we're saying you shouldn't change things just because of some great unknown, my thing is, for the most part, when it comes to a lot of times when people want things changed, it tends to either be quite knee-jerk or it tends to be quite short-term. Like, there's things that people want to change that they're not thinking about other things, and I think they should think about other things, right? Like, people said the 30-frame lockout on assists is horrible, right? Horrible feeling. And while that is actually kind of true even for me, right, Marvel 3 player, is I can see why they did it, because if they don't do it, then you're mashing vertical assists or other assists in between your block strings, and then people are going to be like, this game's even worse. Why are people mashing this in between block strings? They're not thinking about that, or I assume they're not thinking about that. I assume what they're thinking about is that, hey, I just blocked something, I want to be able to call an assist right now, right? I can see the compromise as to why that hasn't happened. And the other reason as well is because the universal mechanics are very strong in the game, and a lot of the what the game is doing in terms of neutral, in terms of structure, is trying to funnel you into using the universal mechanics, which it considers to be strong, right? But I think that definitely it should be considered, you know, what people are asking for. People before said, hey, you don't get enough for you don't get enough for wall breaks, right? Which obviously now we know that's not true at all, right? Wall breaks and wall splats give you insane amounts. Like,
well, before it gave you a bar. It didn't give you any meter.
mm-hmm.
It didn't give you any meter, and it didn't give you the bar.
Mm-hmm.
So it just gave you a bar.
But
that bar, while it was really strong, it was very weak because it didn't come with a knockdown. It came with a neutral reset. So you had to win neutral again.
But
people don't like that kind of stuff.
But then what did they do then? What did they do? They gave you like plus, it was like plus 17, plus 20. They gave you like more frame advantage, right? And then people started to say, actually, this is kind of ridiculous. I think Cloud even said, right? I've been on Cloud streams a bunch of times, so apologies, Cloud, if I'm misquoting you, but I'm pretty sure what you said. It's something like, you might have said at one point, someone asked you what you thought of the wall breaks in the Evil build, and you were like, yeah, they're pretty good, but man, that frame advantage is a bit insane now, isn't it? It's a bit too plus. Like, it feels like now for the wall break you get crazy oaky, and maybe that shouldn't be a thing, because then you feel like what should be a reset situation is now you just, you know, actually just getting mixed up again. And then that got changed back, right? But before, people were saying that you're not getting enough for that, and yeah, what you were saying is correct, right? In terms of, you got a bar but you didn't get other things. But it, you know, sometimes people just, when they sit with things like end up kind of evening out. Look at like stage transitions in general. Like, I watched people's like sort of feedback, filling out the feedback forms and talking about what they thought about it now, and they're saying, what do you think of stage transitions now? Are they too long or are they good? And some people, I saw people saying, yeah, it's great now, it's like really quick and nothing's changed. They're exactly in terms of speed, it's the same.
Placebo effect, baby.
Yeah.
But I think what plays into that though is that they do happen less, because less things trigger it than before, right? Like, if a person says it's actually faster, they're just straight up wrong.
Yeah.
But if a person says it feels faster, I think sometimes what's happening is that because they happen less throughout a match, the match feels faster. So that's what they're referring to, whether they realize it or not.
Right, because of the like Super doesn't like stage transition, right?
Yeah.
You got that.
You're too analytical, Charlie. I like it. I like it.
That's why it's there, bro.
I like it.
Bro, me and him can talk for hours about literally anything and just argue, bro. So it's great. It's fantastic. But yeah, like that. But those are the things where it's like, if you give them time, or if you have them consider ramifications, then they might be like, oh, you know what? Maybe not. But if you just have straight away, oh, we should just change this thing, it doesn't feel good. It's like, and it's not the most intuitive, right? Sometimes it's like, somebody telling you, I understand why this doesn't feel good, is not a good thing to be told. But in the end, it kind of ends up panning out. Again, don't want to say something, names, but I've seen people online say something along the lines of, when I first played the game, it feels like all of these rules seem arbitrary. And then as I play them more, I'm like, oh, they make perfect sense, actually, based on the way that the game flows and what they're trying to achieve and what they're trying to save you from. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it makes a lot of sense. It's just, these things can't be figured out within the first month. In fact, there was something along the lines. Speed Demon AJ said, "I wish people would ignore early takes because most are worthless. It should be taboo in the community because they have not been accurate for so long." Now, while that's true, I agree with that. You know, of course, right? It's natural for people to give their takes. People will ask them as well. People have been asking me, "Hey, what do you think of this and what do you think of that?" And that's fine. I'm usually happy to let people know, but I also want to try and give as much thought into it as I can before I let people know, because I don't want them to be like, you know, he said this and, you know, he usually thinks things through, and I didn't think it through, right? I would feel kind of bad as well. But it's just the nature of just online and the culture we have right now, right? Everyone's amplified. Everyone has their takes. Everyone's entitled to their takes. It's just that, you know, for me right now, it's just a question, again, how much stock has been put into any of us, really. Do you know what I mean? I won't just say like those people, just any of us, because it is all just going to be noise. There are going to be a bunch of people who walk into a game and just say, "I want the game to be the game that I like over here." Not even a game that I like, just the game I like that I played before. And then as the time passes, you go, "Oh wait, actually, you know what? This game is actually pretty good." You know, hopefully we will.
You know, it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are asking for a lot of things that were in 1.0 Strive that they already complained about.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty funny, like, you know, that time is a flat circle kind of deal. But yeah, like, yeah.
AJ
So
is...
it's
Nah, yeah, go on.
no, I just think it's funny.
It is funny.
Go ahead.
No, it is. It is funny. It is. Like, AJ as well says, "Yeah, the free assist me and Ringe was sharing from beta 1 at Oxys amongst themselves. Used it in the Penny showcase, but people want to call it a bug or exploit." That's interesting as well. Yeah, I guess there are. Yeah, and actually, yeah, I suppose that's the thing as well, is like we were saying before, right? Pain tolerance as well. They're like, "Hey, did you know this thing is in the game?" And then some people will be like, "Nah, get rid of it." And I'm like, "All right, you know, sit with it for a little bit, see how you feel." You know. Two Chap has a question as well. It's a question: is 3 years enough time to know or understand the drive rush mechanic? Just as a quick aside before we scroll through the rest of these and just move on to the next topic.
I mean, of course.
I think, yeah, it's enough to understand it. I think maybe the greater feeling they're getting at is like, is 3 years enough time for the critique of Drive Rush to be meaningful, and for maybe now the developers to act upon the critique, right?
Right.
I think it's a good question, and I think if forced to answer right now, I would say that yeah, I think that. And it's quite surprising that actually Capcom haven't, because I think typically by now there would have been a Super Street Fighter 6 type of thing, and in that Super Street Fighter 6 theoretical Super Street Fighter 6, there will probably be some changes to the system mechanics, right? So yeah, I think that's part of the critique as well, right? Like we're talking about a developer that typically would have done something like this by now, and they still haven't. So yeah, I think if the question is 3 years enough time to meaningfully critique Drive Rush, I would say yes, especially given how many different categories of players are having issues with it.
We got a version of it. It was Street Fighter Years 1+2, but it wasn't like how they do Arcade Edition or Super, because it came without a balance patch. And I think that's pretty, like, it's pretty clear that Capcom, they really are confident in their vision of the game as it is right now. And players have found answers to Drive Rush, right? I see people check it all the time. The complaint that I see is when they try to check it, which is the layer 2, the person does Drive Rush jab and the Drive Rush jab counter hits them and full combos them.
Yeah, I think,
and even then, not all Drive Rushes are created equal. They're tending to complain about specific characters. So it'll be like Bison, Jury, DJ, anyone with a faster Drive Rush. Those, you know, Cammy. Maybe Kim, I guess, to some degree. You know, some of the faster characters, well, the characters with faster Drive Rushes are the ones that have the most complaints about, you know? So, but...
yeah, it's,
Yep.
No, that's definitely something, boy. So, yeah, I think that's let me see. Yeah, any limitation generally doesn't feel good at first, says Speed Demon AJ. When you first start playing off a free movement, generally doesn't feel good because it's an odd learning curve or even assist core rules. Yeah. A lot of Aaron and Charlie finally Two-Chat finally says something here. It says, I think most online competitive games probably don't have this, but I think there are examples. Quake 3, very old, but yeah, had regular patches though. Dota 2 is a very community-driven game, and patches seem to work fine there. Yeah, I mean, again, go on.
Shooter fundamental. I will say this: MOBA fundamentals and shooter fundamentals are different than fighting game fundamentals. They nerf your character in a fighting game. You actually have to relearn that character a lot of the time. Like I listen, Ken. So I'm not gonna lie. I've watched a lot of your Chip stuff. How many times have they reworked Chip up to this point? And how many times have you had to straight relearn the character?
Every iteration.
Oh.
Every iteration. All of them.
So, is that fun? Besides the time that they added a new move to him.
Nah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I totally agree.
It's fun playing Chip, you know? Like, yeah, to your credit, Midnight Carnival Chip and Reload Chip, night and day. Chip sucks ass in Reload. He's fucking terrible. Slash Chip, Reload, big upgrade. I can finally use my uppercut. I actually have a DP now. I played without a DP for like a long time. It sucked. Accent Core, I mean, he's a god in that game. And Plus R, he's a god in that game too. But, you know, the good thing about those games in particular, they were adding to him. When it really, really, really changed was freaking Xer, where it's like I lost the teleport. I had to readjust my muscle memory for certain things. And you're definitely right. Like, if a character gets nerfed, one of the good things I'll add to that is like, if your character gets nerfed, at least you have the foundation to play them, right? So whatever nerfs, hopefully it's not too horrible, you can still maintain and play them. If it's to the point where it's like Strive Zato, where they just straight shoot him in the kneecaps, and it's like, sorry, bro, you know, then the conversation changed a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like case in point, from my Marvel 3 head over here, Chrome. Hey, Trombone and Marvel 3 Vanilla? Oh, she was cooking.
Yep.
Ultimate? Nowhere to be found.
Nope.
She was on the damn milk carton, yeah?
Hilarious as well. It's crazy because they actually made some aspects of her better to play, but it didn't matter because they made the rest of it worse.
Right, but
I think like going off of, like, I totally agree with what Tempest just said. I think what is being like, obviously it depends on the patch and the degree of what the patch is changing, but I think with fighting games, the player is being potentially asked to invest a lot more into relearning the character, which is just like for example, like I play a lot of Hearthstone and maybe I play Monster Hunter, like the kind of games that I play fighting games as well, but mostly a lot of other games. And for example, in Hearthstone, like if a card changes and it says this card now does 7 damage instead of 9, right? I just need to know that value and I can see it on a card, and then I play that card accordingly. I don't need to learn the timing of when to drop the card. I don't need to learn the shape and the hitbox of the card. Like I don't need to actually have like a three-dimensional understanding of how I now need to interact this card. You know what I mean? Yeah. So a patch in a game like Hearthstone or even Monster Hunter, where it's like, you know, I can my bow attacks do this much damage now, or like I can actually, maybe Monster Hunter is a bit different because actually Monster Hunter is kind of like a third person fighting game. So let me delete Monster Hunter from that example. But yeah,
we here.
Yeah, with fix my face immediately, right? You know what I mean? So, but yeah, with a game like Hearthstone, it's like the what is being asked is a lot more reasonable than what is being asked if you patch a fighting game. Obviously, depending on the degree of the patch and what the fighting game is.
So,
but it's just not fun. Like when your character gets nerfed and you know they deserve to get nerfed, that's a different story, right? Like Happy Chaos players. Come on, that was a long time coming.
Nah, he needs it.
100%.
He needs it.
100%.
Nah, he needs it. He needs it.
But then, like, you see, like, games like, okay, like the Soul players. Like, the Soul players are going through it, man. They get, like, he doesn't get, like, a nerf. He doesn't get a change. He straight up gets reworked every patch. How do you even, when you say I miss 1.0 Soul, it's a different character. you're not playing the same game anymore. Like they want him to do like, dust loops, but not really dust loops. They're like faux dust loops, right? Off of his off of his DP, right? And they barely work too. And the last patch, they just wanted him to do straight DP to wall break, right? The patch before that, he was the all rounder. He did everything. He brought you to the corner and he just did things. He was a perfect character, right? The patch before that, he was far slash the guy, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So is that fun?
Yeah.
And like if you committed to that all-rounder soul, do you think you're gonna have fun going back to the game and having to play the completely different character now? And I say the same thing for a tag game, right? And 2XKO, look at the Warwick players. They're going through it, right? They changed one thing about the character. I think they changed his overhead. Nothing else. It's all buffs. Nobody plays the character anymore. They call the character bad.
Listen, they need
All because you
to.
can't press one button.
Soul bad guy players are too busy beating on their chest like gorillas. It's just whether it's a happy beat or a sad beat. That's all. Don't worry about them. Get them guys out of here. No, that's honestly that is a fair point.
Just to because I'm fighting with two Chef in the chat.
No,
just
I was about to read out. I was about to read out some of what two Chef was saying just before you clarify, right?
Yeah, go for it.
So so actually we'll just go from here. On an individual champion comparison to a fighting game character, this is true, but I think comparing character to character removes all nuance from the conversation. I'll just read more of his stuff. I may as well say StarCraft is inherently easier than League because League characters are more complicated than an RTS unit. But with that analogy, your entire win condition or deck format can change because of something as little as 1 damage being removed from Fireball. It's very productive. And then obviously you guys had a bit of a back and forth there.
So I think I should quickly respond to his last thing he just said, which is, so if they change the recoil on an AK-47 in something like CS, Counter-Strike, would you consider that a genre or game that shouldn't be touched on because of the mechanical? Sorry, some of their responses to it. Yeah, no worries. So I think so I wouldn't say that it shouldn't be touched simply because it's a mechanical ask. I'm just saying that more care needs to be taken before making the change because it's a mechanical ask. If it's just a knowledge ask, if it's just your bullets do 10% more damage, you just need to have the knowledge of that and play the game accordingly. But if it's your bullets do 10% more damage, plus the recoil is entirely different. Plus when you swap into that weapon, it takes like 20 more frames to actually activate. Like if there's all these other mechanical changes that require the human mind to wrap their understanding around it more, and there's an actual brain to hand, there's a physicality that is now being shifted. That needs to be taken. That kind of change needs to be taken with a lot more care, I think, is what we're saying.
I see. No, I think that's.
So that credit,
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I'll say this real quick. To exactly what Charlie's saying, Blaze Blue is freaking notorious for that shit. They will rework your character from game to game. Like Bang like I played Bang throughout the entirety of the series, right? Unfortunately, but. He from CS1, different in CT to CS1, completely different character. CS1 to CS2, completely different character. We were talking about, I was doing full screen corner routes, this, that, and the third, command grabs. Shit was fantastic. Get to CS2, where'd all that shit go? All right, I gotta do this now. Okay, cool. Like when they start, the thing is, what Charlie's also trying to say is, they also end up changing the objective of your character. And 10% the exact same thing. They start changing the objectives for your character. Like your win condition was this, now it turns into this, plus this, and then this too. Instead of it being like maybe 2 win conditions, now they're adding more win cons, which makes you have to think harder about what you're doing. And now I'm gonna alley to you, Tempest.
I'm gonna be honest too. In this conversation, right? You got to think about like I'm fortunate that I am pretty skilled. I'm not going to say I'm good at MOBAs. I'm not going to say I'm good at shooters. But I know 2 things that I know I'm good at, and that's card games and fighting games. I have been there. They have shot, like a good example, right, is they shot the Needler in Halo, which means you cannot get 2 kills without reloading. Mm-hmm. So that means you need to actually play a corner harder with the stuff like the Needler. And if sometimes you just don't get a choice, like if you just get a bad drop on a weapon and you're not using a burst, you're out of luck. You gotta use the needler, you got to use your pistol, you got to actually play the game. Like, you got to play every weapon. When you're in that situation where you must play every weapon, that becomes really difficult when you have to reload more often because the gun does less damage, right? I've played MOBAs, stuff like minor healing nerfs, item nerfs, right? I remember the biggest outcry I saw was when they just like straight up nerfed Bork in League of Legends, and everybody was like, "Are you
Oh
kidding
yeah.
me?" Oh my god, dude! Dude, there was an entire lane of players complaining for months, and they didn't even change it back. They just added different items that gave junglers and all that just better options, right? When it comes to like fighting games, again, when you're adjusting something and you're tipping the scales, you got to understand you are tipping the scales hard. You nerfed Luke's crouch medium punch. Now you're not just nerfing Luke, you're making the suggestion that Luke's going to be less prevalent in the meta. So now that this all-rounder character, basically a Shoto, is less good, what are people going to turn to now? Are they going to play more grapplers? And this is an example, is not really the what actually happened, because what happened was people just moved to another Shoto, which I think is pretty funny, but until they introduced Bison.
I want to give 5 of them, so it can always happen. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Friggin' and shout out to 2Chap there trolling, says Chrome loves Rachel Alucard CT to CS. I don't think I've seen a worse nerf to a character. I think like everything I'm seeing there with Danger, with her rework, it's kind of Rachel-esque. It's pretty nasty, but Rachel, they actually
they cooked her ass.
Yeah, they took her legs, they cut her at the knees, and then they told her to jog. Like, that was insane. Like, I've not seen something that. But you know what? It did also prepare me, because something people have always said to me, right? And I've never experienced it, but they were always like I'm always like, oh yeah, I might play Blaze Blue, or I might play this, and they're like, okay, just so you know, you're playing an Arxis game, right? So season 1 to 2, your zone is going to turn into a grappler. I hope you realize that. And I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, I hope you realize that. Get ready. And I'm like, all right, well. And now I'm sort of seeing it. And listen, I'm along for the ride. I'm an optimist when it comes to theory. So I'm probably going to think a character is good for a while until I think the character's. If I say a character's bad, the character must actually be horrible. Just put it that way. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm going to throw up this right now, the master rank character position usage, just real quick. This is just showing everyone who was used in master rank and what position they were in, right? So you get a nice little spread here. I think it'd be a little easier if I showed the other graph, but right now that one's just showing everyone's position and what percentage they're used, right? So for example, they're saying Black Panther, 40% of people master rank were using her as in the leader position, while 17.24% using a shooter, 39% in vertical because she does have a really good vertical assist, and 2% in assault, because if you use her aerial assist and you use her assault assist, you're like, well, why would I use her assault assist when the aerial assist appears to do a very similar thing? And listen, Blade 69% assault, as you'd expect. But yeah, there's a good spread here. I think that one's obviously quite interesting to look and ponder over. But the more interesting one to see would probably be, once again, the master rank character distribution on leader and assist, which I will get up shortly here. If you just give me a moment. If you guys have seen that on the panel, and what are your thoughts on that? Because I'm just going to put it up. But for anyone who is looking at it, I mean, Charlie is. I mean, how do you feel? How do you feel? Your favorite character, Miss Marvel, isn't
Miss Marvel.
She isn't even the least used in. I mean, if anything, she's actually used a bit more than I expected, to be honest with you.
Yeah, mostly in like leader roles, right? She's like in the middle or something like that.
Yeah, and then assist, she's a little bit lower. So let me just throw this up now.
Yeah.
It's actually quite interesting.
Bringing up Miss Marvel kind of goes into like some other feelings that I have about patches and stuff, right?
Please.
Like, not to like circle the drain on it, but
Please do.
I famously, well, I say famously, but no one was really there when I said it. But I said to Chrome that
I was there, bro.
You were there, okay. So therefore, it's famously. I have a slightly hot take where I think that Miss Marvel not having an air dash is a completely incorrect philosophical decision that makes zero sense. And I think in a game like this, to not give her an air dash, or for her to be one of two characters who do not have an air dash, is a mind-blowing choice to make. And so, but to be fair, she's not as low on the tier list as she was in the past. So clearly, people are playing her or enjoy something about her. But yeah, I just think that just like going like tackling the Miss Marvel thing and kind of like latching it onto the patch conversation we just had. I think that I would not be surprised if whenever the first patch is, or whenever the first major kind of shift to the game is, I wouldn't be surprised if they just straight up gave her an air dash, because I do not see her having. I do not understand what tools she has that makes it reasonable for her to not have an air dash. Because typically you would not give a character an air dash in a game like this because they have another tool that is like really, really good. And so her having that tool plus air dash is hell. But I don't see what that other tool is. So it's possible that I haven't seen it yet, or that nobody understands what it is. But to me, currently, it just feels like an oversight. And I can imagine that getting changed quite soon.
What do you guys think?
I even think Hulk should have an air dash, but maybe I'm spitting. Maybe I'm spitting. It's too much crazy shit.
There.
I know all of that, bro. We were having fun. We were just having fun, bro. Man, just
you're doing too much now.
came with the bad news, bro. Hulk air dash. Oh no.
Right, fuck it, man. Just give it to him.
Why not?
I think.
Go on.
I think the same way I think about Magneto's 8-way and Star-Lord's 8-way is the way I think about Miss Marvel's U. That the ability to call assist on the ground as you move around and create very chaotic situations is still very strong, even at the highest of levels. Like, let's just say you throw Deadpool shoe and then you Miss Marvel and you cross behind them. That is really annoying to deal with. My whole thing with Miss Marvel, the reason I don't think she's as good is that she really sucks at when she gets the hit without using an auto combo, without, actually converting said hit to like a full combo that actually works and doesn't become a blue beat at some point, or they don't flip out, right? And I think that that's her biggest thing, right? So yeah. I don't think she needs an air dash. I just think she needs like legitimate combo stability.
But again, I think that's
a good start.
I think that like even everything you said, it doesn't feel strong enough to warrant her not having an air dash. Like her unique being easily 2Hable is a big deal. All of her like her stretch punch, fucking not being able to combo off command grab seems to be a universal mechanic. But it's like if I land a command grab in a game like this and I can't combo off of it, fucking take out the command grab. It's useless at that point. Like in my opinion, I don't understand. Like, yeah, it does a decent amount of damage, but it's like, I mean, come on. I should be rewarded for landing something like that in a game like this, but it feels like I'm not. You know what I mean? Speed in the chat said that her not being able, like her unique is basically, I was about to make it like a UK reference. In the UK, we have a shop called Lidl, which is like a very cheap chain. Like you have like your major supermarkets, right, where you go there to buy all your groceries. Lidl is like, if you want to have everything at 90% off and it just tastes like garbage, you go there, right? Miss Marvel's unique is like the Lidl version of Spider-Man's unique, where it's 2Hable. You fucking can't go in 8 ways, or you can only go in 3 directions. And it also has a hitbox, right? It's just, yeah, I think I would be totally fine with her not having an air dash if she had other mechanics that are clear as to why she doesn't have one. But then when you mix the stuff I'm saying with what you're saying, Tempest, about like, her getting the hit and she can't really capitalize that well the same way other characters can, not to mention the fucking command grab being shit. It's like, well, why do I not have this universal mechanic that 90% of other characters have?
Do you know what I think? I think, Charlie?
I feel like you're...
No, wait, just before I think that Arxis are scared of making the grappler good. That's what I think.
Potentially. It feels like they're scared of something. They're scared of... They didn't give it to her because they're scared of something.
Kensou was the same, and I'm gonna let Kensou jump in as well, yeah. But I think that if you look at these characters, yeah, if you look at historically what Arxis have done it's like, okay, maybe Iron Taker was good for like for a brief moment, and then he was sort of just getting his ass beat. But like Potemkin, they've seen what can happen, and I think when they see what can happen in terms of how much a character can run away when a grappler's good, I think they in the same way that they were like, no, let's cut Danger off at the knees because we don't want her to like, we don't want to lose sales. I feel like Miss Marvel, even though she's a character that actually visually is quite popular, they might be like, nah, let's not have that character run away from things just yet. I think in like season 3 or something, she's going to be a character who'll be like
season 3.
Yeah, I think they're going to be like, get this character out. Go on, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Go for it. I had my fun, bro. Let me hear it.
Time out.
Mm-hmm.
First off, that character is actually fucking good.
Miss Marvel?
The air dash issue is not an issue because she's supposed to be badass on the ground. She moves quick on the ground. Her jump, while you're supposed to snatch people out the air with that and move around with that. Now, I know what you're thinking, of course, but that doesn't remove the meaning of not having an air dash. She has momentum cancels. When she does back you and you do like,
they're not good though. They're not good.
No.
I only play her like since the game came out. Not to say that I have like all seeing knowledge, but like like what you just said there, like the momentum cancel thing. Maybe I'll wait for you to sell the point. Yeah, I'll hear you out.
The thing is, you're not supposed to play Miss Marvel like this. Miss Marvel's mid-range rush. She rushes you down from the mid-range. She whiff punishes mad stuff. Her down M is ridiculous. Her 5H is ridiculous. She has really good whiff punish buttons, and she has good enough buttons to be really annoying. And then her overhead, you're not reacting to that. The EX overhead on react. You're not, as much as I see. I've been playing fighting games longer than more than half the people that say it's reactable. It's not reactable. At that mid range where she's at, either I'm gonna hit you with this low or I'm gonna go overhead, and it's safe.
No, that lamb chop is
right?
you're getting lamb chopped, bro. Ain't no one. You're done. You're out here,
right?
Bro. I ain't reacting to that.
I disagree. I don't think it's not like.
You
yes, it's very hard to react to. But
no. It's not.
Wait. Okay, hold it. If it's not reactable, if you're doing lows and then you do it and then somebody blocks it, what do they do?
Wait, hold on.
Block it?
Let me.
Are you saying that every time somebody blocks the overhead chop, it's just a luck block?
No. Hear me out.
Listening.
The love of the town when we talk about fighting uses mental stack, right? If you're mental stacking moves, at some point this is gonna connect, right? If they block it, okay, cool. What was the detriment? Nothing. Chip's leaf throw is one of the slowest command grabs in fucking fighting game history. You know I have the highest success rate landing that shit of any Chip player in the world.
Wow.
My leaf throws have I don't miss those. Because I've mentally stacked you with all this shit that the one time I decide to do this slow ass move that's like 30, 40 fucking frames that finally grabs you, because you're like, wow, he actually jumped. What is this move? Now hers is way faster than that. It's like a 25 frame overhead. And people always say a 25 frame is reactable. It's reactable if you're fixated on just that. If Miss Marvel's doing all this shit to you and being annoying, mental stacking you with just being annoying in general, pressing buttons, and I get it. What do I have to be afraid of if you're just pressing buttons? At some point, she might strike throw you. Yes, you're right. The command grab, I agree with you. I think the EX should be a hard knockdown. That's what I think that should be. Her command grab is a little kind of oof. I agree with that, right? But when she corners you, her corner control is actually fucked. That jumping punch, when you jump back with that shit, that's just like a damn dive kick. It's like super duper. It's practically plus on block. And then she calls an assist, and then she's back in there. What do you want to do? You want to escape? Now, when she runs back in, you jump. I got air throw. Then, all right, well, I can tech roll. She's going to meet you. Now what? You got to block, right? Well, I can wake up super. Then she blocks, right? She still has the advantage. When she corners you, you have to respect her. I understand the notion of having to play neutral with her. You move around and you call your sis. You have to understand one thing about Arc Sys games that like most people don't get at all. And this is coming from someone who's played all of them. Air dash, listen to what I'm about to tell you, is fucking overrated. Double jump is stronger than air dash always. Why? You get to bait the anti-airs.
Yep.
You air dash, I don't gotta think.
Yeah.
Free. There's no thought process. You press this, you did dash, boom. Fuck you. I don't care. You double jump. oof, and now
So
you
it's still a
punch
missing
me.
option.
Double jump
It's still a missing
is
option in a game
always
where everybody
it's
has the option.
it in Guilty Gear. You still don't air dash like that. Now I know what you're
Well,
gonna say. It's not Guilty Gear, and I agree.
right.
I agree. But in Guilty Gear, and I'm gonna use this as an example just because this is very critical to this game, right? It's very similar because they always their Arx's foundation building blocks is always Guilty Gear. Period. No questions, right? 6Ps tend to be 9 frames with like anywhere from like 18 to 21 frames recovery. If I jump into you and I double jump and you whiff that, I still can't fall on you because you can still recover and hit it again. So now I have to do other ways of getting around that, right? In this game, because they know that's a thing, right? In older Guilty Gears, they made that a difference in Strive. When you whiff a 6P, you are whiffing. Someone jumps over you and double jumps again, you get smacked. This game, you do a 2H, it hits at the top of the screen, sure. But that shit has buku recovery. So when I double jump over that, you get cooked. Now, you're also not taking into consideration the aerial assist. People, for some reason, forget that when you double jump and you press aerial assist, fuck your 2H. Now I get a whole ass combo. On top of that, Miss Marvel can punch you into assist and then full screen carry your ass to the fucking corner and then fuck you up. I fought one at freaking a friend of mine, Aronage, shout out to my boy. He plays that character, and I watch him play all the time. That's one. And then 2, I fought one in a long set at CEO. And all it is 2M, 5H screen control into punch. Push you to the corner. Big chill. That's it. Or you play with your point character, get her in, and then corner control. Yes.
Okay. The main question I have for you then,
oh, here we go.
with everything you're saying, the real question is, given everything you've said, do you think she would be busted if she had an air dash?
Honestly, yes.
What?
But
I don't believe it.
But
I don't believe it.
Hold on. Hear me out.
Okay.
Part of the reason why she doesn't have it is because they know that she can do air dash and punch. At that point, that's ridiculously hard to anti-air. You're just going to be whiffing 2Hs, trying to air her, and then at that point, she's going to jump you anyway, and then catch you in the same fashion she's already doing right now. Right? Already right now, she can do that without it. Right? Because Arxis loves momentum stuff. Air dash plus special move. And that's a big reason why they make you do special moves late. They're letting her have an automatic attack that lets her get into doing stuff.
I don't think you're considering that like her normals are still her limbs. So it's like the Dowsum effect where you can get punished from full screen if you're not lucky, or if you're just willy-nilly throwing out too many of your specials in that way. So I don't think I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that your counter arguments would mean I don't think that she would be busted with it. Like I'm not seeing I agree that she would be stronger, but that's my point, right? I think she should be stronger. And I don't. Yeah.
I said it just to get to you, but in reality, will she be busted? No, right? But would it make her better? Yes. Does she need it? In all honesty, no, because she already has that character has a lot of screen coverage. It's I get it. Like this guy over here can do that. Why can't I know? It's just when it comes to art games, you have to be able to weather the storm. Her double jump is annoying. Everyone's double jump is annoying. If you put her on team, like the dude I was fighting has Storm on the team. Double jump, ice shard. I can't anti-air her. What am I supposed to do? I have to look at her.
Double jump, ice shards, yeah.
And now I have to avoid. And now you're not taking into consideration that I now have to avoid this. And now I have to back up. Now, thankfully, this game doesn't have crazy proximity block. So I have to now backdash and move up. She got, let's say, I forgot. There's double jump and also super jump. Super jump also lets you call your aerial assist that actually shoots downwards. So she does that, and it's like
that's insane, by the way, because no versus game has ever allowed at least Capcom made versus games historically have ever allowed that. If you super jump in the air, what you gain is like some evasion, but you lose control of the ground almost completely. You can't call anything. If you have like special moves that can deal with the ground, then fine. But if you don't, character specifically, then you lose control of the ground. And that's why like this game is really sort of meticulously thought out, for better or worse. It's like they really have sort of looked at a bunch of these different aspects of versus games and said, in these games, you couldn't do that. Now we're going to let this happen and we want to see what happens. because now we want to give the character, the player control over different aspects of the screen and different aspects of neutral. That verticality in this game actually becomes even more important than it does in the previous versus games. And versus games have been the games that uniquely have had verticality be even a factor in the fighting game.
Yes.
Most of the time it's not a factor.
I wanna add to this too, because these things don't get talked about in Arxis games either. And I mentioned this on Twitter because someone asked me about like something movement oriented, and I was like, this game has something Stripe doesn't have, which is inertia. When you run and you jump, your character still keeps their forward momentum. They run and neutral jump, they keep that forward momentum. When you consider how Miss Marvel can shallow jump you and punch your shit, you thought I was gonna jump in your face. I ran, neutral jumped, haha, outside of your 2H range, assist. You're not at the moment.
That just sounds good. It sounds good, and it doesn't sound broken. That's my only argument. Like it sounds like welcome to Tokon, Miss Marvel. You can.
No, wait.
You're a contender now.
No, wait.
You're telling Charlie, imagine a cake that's really tasty. You're like, yeah, great, give me the cake.
Exactly.
Hold on, I hear you, and I'm glad that you said that, because people said very similar things to me about Chip, and that's how I won. I had to learn.
Oh, my bad.
All this stuff with a way more limited character, and then when they just gave him all this extra stuff, it made it even easier. So you could argue, now granted, I'll give you that, right? It sounds like, all right, whatever, I could do that with the air fireball, sure, but if that's what she's got to do, that's what she's got to do. If that's how she operates, you have to use that.
I guess from a design perspective, I said this to Chrome as well, to like broaden my perspective, is that I felt like, and I agree to Mr. Alistair, like everything I'm saying, I'm caveating with all of this could change when more hands are toying with the character, and 6 months has gone down the line. We could be singing a completely different tune, right? But just from a design perspective, I just think that it feels like in a game with 20 characters or 21 characters, right? For only 2 of them to not have an air dash, to me, and again, I understand that, not every character needs to play the same, but to me, it feels like you may as well have given more characters not air dashes in order to promote more unique and interesting different forms of movement. Because as it is now, a lot of the time when I see the game being played, like corner play revolves around a lot of, a bunch of strings, jump air dash into more strings, jump air dash into more strings. Like that just happens, rinse and repeat. And it feels like for only 2 characters to not be able to do that feels a bit odd. To me, it's like I think it would have been perhaps more interesting. It feels odd that only 2 of these people can't do it, and that I actually think it would be more interesting if more people couldn't air dash, and that would promote more different ways of movement across the rest of the cast. But for the only 2 characters to not have it, like I don't know, it just seems a bit weird. And I think Hulk not having it, I think from a lore perspective or just like design perspective, Hulk not having it makes more sense to me. But for Miss Marvel to not have it just I'm just not seeing it, and it doesn't feel like she would cross into broken threshold if she had it. But I do feel that I do hear you, and I do agree that she would be stronger for sure. But again, that's the cake thing, right? Like, I want my cheesecake.
But it reminds me of Ghost Rider. Do you know what? It reminds me of Heroes and Heralds in guess what game I'm about to mention, right? In Marvel 3. And like Ghost Rider isn't like, I mean, he's less of an Axel, right? I mean, he's sort of Axel like, but he doesn't have a hurt boxes chain. But people were like, oh, we should have like more characters with air dash in this game. Like Ghost Rider should have an air dash. And one of them in that mode, you can give characters air dashes, and they were just doing like box dash, like S chain. And S chain in the air has insane coverage, but it doesn't go full screen. But when you box dash, it's like, oh, if you're on the ground, you're getting hit by that no matter what, right? And you have to block high. And everyone was like, oh, actually, maybe you shouldn't have that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it kind of reminds me of that. I also, by the way, Johnny, I agree when you say that it feels like more characters should have like sort of, more idiosyncratic movement and less like universal air dashes. I do think that's going to happen eventually. I don't think that, in the base roster, maybe there should be more. I think there will be more eventually. But, I'm sure as time passes, that will happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'll get, like, do you know what? If Doctor Strange ends up in this game and Marvel are anything like they were 15 years ago, he won't have an air dash. He'll have Cloak of Levitation. And Cloak of Levitation will move him very quickly, but he won't have an air dash. And that'll be something else that we'll be talking about. But yeah, I feel like it's funny because the game in a way has like some people say it's a game of contradictions in a way, but it is a game of different. Like there are different aspects of the game that behave very differently from each other, right? Like it showed that in the assist system, they wanted it to be fairly uniform in shooter assists because that's the assist that you start with. They want that to be your assist that you jockey for position and neutral with. So they were like, let's make that as uniform as we can, right? Vertical, they've got like 3 assists that are different to the rest of them. 4. You could say more if we really start to go into team mode, but let's say in terms of overall behaviors, there's like 3 of them that behave very differently to the others. I mean, an assault behaves very, completely differently. But then, what does behave very differently though are the characters. The characters do behave very differently from each other. And I think, like, obviously, if Miss Marvel was a character who was considered to be higher up in the tier list, maybe she will be, as Kensou was saying. Also, like, cop out from me. When I was saying what I was saying before, I even tried the character. I even team-moded the character. I'm just saying, like, in terms of her grapples, I felt like I don't think Arxis want grapplers to be strong or pure grapplers to be strong in this game, even though she's not necessarily a pure grappler. But they don't want those characters to be strong in that game just yet. I think the things that they've done is they've given, like, command grabs that just enhance or recover parts of the character's subsystem, like Storm, right? Or, like, Magneto. But they're not really trying to, like, have it funnel into loop in pressure and then making people. They don't want that in this game. Not yet, anyway. You know what I mean?
It's just the best I can say about Miss Marvel from fighting her against people who are really good with her is that her corner control is very important. And like a good Miss Marvel player, in my eyes, as time goes by, because it's gonna take some time, like they're gonna have that corner control. And she does have, I'll just say I've been helping my boy come up with setups with her, and she has stuff that like you can't use the assembly counter against because you're left in like specific situations where like basically there's a situation where she does a specific combo and it's very consistent. In the air, you do back U and then you do jump H and they gotta guess. Now there's areas where they can 2H you, but that's a timing oriented thing. If you do it late, what ends up happening is a 2H, you scoop them up, right? Or you 5 or you back you get behind them and they're 4 teching, 2H them because they're trying to tech buttons and they're mashing. Or you get behind them and then you 5U them again, you run up command grab. You have like a lot of options. Or like let's say they end up blocking the 2H, then they block the 2H, you 5U, you call your assist, now it's still your turn. Like, sure, you had to give up something to get there, but like she's still doing like 30k damage before reset. And the other that situation has a lot of options attached to it. Like we've come to an agreement that like, and with us developing it, he went into ranked and did it and landed it 100% of the time. None of these dudes teched the right way. Now, granted, it's still a new setup, so obviously, right, people are not used to like Miss Marvel doing resets, right? So it's gonna take some time. But the fact that we came up with this, mostly him, to be honest with you, but I made sure to double check that it was 2H. It was not 2Hable. You couldn't do air assembly. Can't do any of that stuff. You have to like respect her. It's just you have to be creative with like the fundamental parts of the game, and then take that part of the system and then take advantage of it. Like, and I'm telling you this again from experience from doing it with Chip. Chip had nothing in Midnight Carnival. I had to learn how to abuse the tech system, OTG system. How do you make people like eat shit when they tech, et cetera, how to be forward tech, back tech, neutral tech, no tech. Like these are just the situations you're just gonna have to come up with and try to be creative within your combos. Because like on like a general hit, sure, you hit them, you want to do your damage, but then it's like, do you really want to take them to the wall? Do you want to do this? Do you want to set this up? Do you not want to set that up? Her command grab does give you, I admit, again, it's not the greatest, and the damage output, especially from the EX, is like it's like 1,000 damage on up on each one. You might as well just do the medium or the light one anyway. I think the medium one's faster. I think the medium and the heavy one and the EX are like 9 frames, right? You backdash, you're still plus. It's still your turn. They have to respect you. There's no wake up 2H. There's no wake up. I don't think they shouldn't be able to wake up super without the ultimate one because it's not frame 1. So like you still gain something. I admit it's not the greatest. I'm not gonna lie, it's not. But that's just how she operates right now. Until they give her like a new move or some new property. I guarantee you, if they gave her 8-way movement, it'd be crazy. I think one of the best things she has still is the fact that she can 4 you away from the opponent because you're now baiting system mechanics. And as I mentioned before, that's something that Shuri does, and she does it really well.
True.
And I think Miss Marvel can do it too. While it might not be the absolute best, it's still. I think it's something. You just gotta be fundamentally sound with her. That's how I see it. And I can understand like watching all these characters fly around, do whatever the hell they want to do, and you gotta play in the most You have to be the most fundamentally sound player. It does in a lot of ways feel bad, but like consider damages from air
Well,
throws.
I'm not. Just to put a lid on this, it's not that I'm not even arguing that if yes, it feels bad, but that my main argument is that I just philosophically I do not see what she. I do not see the like the risk of like everything you've said again is strong and is good. And of course, if you take a character and you play the fundamentals and you lab, you're gonna unlock a lot more potential. All I'm saying is that having the extra option of movement with an air dash, I do not think that extra added potential and option of movement crosses her into the danger zone where it's like, because of this danger zone, we're not giving this to her. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
No, I hear it. All
Yeah.
right, well, that's interesting. It's a very interesting one. I guess we gotta take that one to the lab and really talk about it. I'd actually be interested to go through that character in depth because it actually is.
I also think like
go for it, Tempest.
Miss Marvel in my head, she's like the most fair version of a tag character because she has a lot of strengths, and I know I said it's hard to convert as her, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we're playing a tag game, so you could play a team around her that mitigates her weaknesses. Like look at Koichi during the beta, right? He was laughing like a schoolgirl doing jump back 214L, or I think it's 214M. My bad, but he was doing it, and nobody can really stop it. It beat all zoning, right? So it's not really solved. But like for this exact moment in time, I think what started this whole conversation is me saying I didn't think she was the strongest.
No, but you know what? Charlie has
I
historically.
agree. I also agree.
Yeah, exactly. Charlie has historically felt this actually, because he's somebody just so people know, right? He was, where the game is advertised as players 1 as players 4. He was like, look, I'm gonna make like Miss Marvel work as a solo character, like just strengthen her with like assists behind and make it happen, right? So he's gonna definitely feel the shortcomings more so than others will. The thing is though about like players 1, players 4 is that, and this is sort of the sad reality about with any game really, is that the flexibility is there, but with just the nature of characters being different, some characters are going to be better at playing solo than other characters are, right? Sometimes the pool of viability, or at least of strength, right, of maybe the tier list in terms of how it looks, shrinks or morphs depending on how you're playing the game, right? Like, I could tell you about how I think that Penny Parker actually has a good amount of shortcomings on point. Same with Danger, at least as a 2-character point, because the way I look at the game is definitely every character point character, but it's how many characters are required to make them viable or strong points, right? And I think that those 2 characters are a little less effective on point to begin with, because they're going to kind of struggle. They ain't got no reversal. No vertical means they're going to kind of get mauled. As far as reversal goes, Penny Parker's got Spider Rush, 18 frames to maybe 14 frames if you choose one of the other options, but that has no anti-invincibility. Her Pendulum Web is 30 frames. Like, crazy amounts of active frames, but can also get 2H very easily, which means that honestly, she needs something a little bit faster and sometimes things to get people off of her, because she has 2H the same way everyone else does, but she doesn't have something that's going to be like, Captain America can just bust a DP like whenever he wants in it. Like Soaring Justice, you're out of there. You know what I mean? Black Panther, same thing. But she can't do that. So maybe if I was going to play her as pure point, I would start to feel it. And that's what I was honestly doing kind of pre-release. And I was kind of feeling it. It's kind of why I have the opinion that I do now. Some people obviously might say they see Chaos and others like doing really, really well with Penny on point. So Penny on point is probably better than I think. Listen, Chaos is clearly a fantastic player. Do you know what I'm saying? Just got top 3 at a friggin' major of 1,000 people. I'm currently not at that level, but I've just sat in the lab a lot and I've played the character a lot, and obviously those shortcomings are going to feel quite pronounced to me, especially if before I was like really playing the game like it was a tag game. Do you know what I mean? Now that it's a tag game to me, now she she has so many things that are so much more interesting, right? You know, I can just call an assist, do Spider Rush, which has loads of active frames and puts you on blocks done for ages, or do Pendulum Web, tag, high, low, high, low, high, low. Do you know what I'm saying? But the way I was playing it, I was like, okay, so gadget launcher takes a long time. I need to get enough space to get gadget launcher out. Shooter assist can work for that, but it's not going to work as effectively. If I get me a assault assist that makes you the opponent block or really occupy space, then I can get space to enact my game plan. You know what I mean? So it's like, I can definitely sort of empathize with what Charlie's saying and the way that he's saying it, because it's like, well, in the terms of players one, you know, if I just get an air dash, do you know what I mean? I could, you know what I mean? The cheesecake is cheesecaking. You know what I mean? So we'll see. You know what I mean? Just want to read out a little bit of what people were saying before. This was obviously a little bit of time before, but I'm still going to say it. CB Demon AJ was saying, it seems very Blaze Blue early on. Wasn't Tager and Hakuman the only non-air dash characters? And that was true, right? Wasn't that true, Kensu? Tempest?
Which ones?
Tager and Hakuman were the only characters with no air dash in
No,
CT. In CT.
Hakuman can air dash. Is just
okay.
It was just what's the name? It was just
Tager. Oh wow. Okay, fair enough. CB Demon AJ
Hakuman couldn't run.
Okay, Jesus, man.
He's a dash character.
Speed Demon was saying this game is very BB to me more than any other ASW game. To some, so some decisions feel very familiar to me. And then
could see that.
Yeah. And Mr. Alastor 21 says they're probably going to do that with more DLC characters, which is, you know, the whole no air dash thing. We did touch upon that a little bit. Plus, most Arxis games have a character or two that does not air dash. Yeah, I definitely think it's gonna be the case. And Speed Demon says Cyclops could come with unique Phoenix movement or use reverse optic blast and move. Oh my god, if he uses that, I've been so sick and tired of the PR team. Somebody went and dumped like $1 trillion into Cyclops' PR, and it's been working. Because I'm a Cyclops hater, and even I've got to be like, all right, cool, X-Men 97, episode 1, I think it was episode 1, he was going crazy. Fair play. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, jumping out of the ship and landing with the optic blast, all right, fair and innit? He's saucy. I ain't gonna lie, it was saucy. But, you know, if they start doing that, then I've got to be like, you know what? Fair play. We'll see. And, yeah, man, it's going to be... Okay, and two chat was trolling, so I'm a scroll past it. Yeah, he's trolling. Yeah, man. So,
what are the next topics we're jumping into?
So we have a few left, and we'll just check upon those now. So, the PC patch. I mean, we could touch upon the PC patch. If actually no, this will be very interesting. I think this is definitely worth touching upon because Charlie, you historically, even from the start, even pre all of these patches, right, these changes, you haven't had a single issue with this PC patch, have you? With this PC port of Tokon?
That's because I haven't played online. I've barely played online. I was in RPG mode, 10-hour stream, doing Miss Marvel's level up trials, which is, by the way, going forward, all fighting games need to have the same level up trial concept. That shit is genius. I don't know how we haven't seen it in the past. I was having a time of my life. It felt like playing that trial felt like day one Elden Ring, where nobody knows where to go. Like, you don't know where the secret bosses are. You don't know how to finish the quest, and you're just enjoying the sandbox that it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't really experience much online, but everybody else was saying that like it was a whole hot mess. So, and from what I understand, the patches that they've rolled out so far have taken steps to improving, but it just hasn't fully turned things around yet, to my knowledge. So I think they really got to fix that. And it might even be too late because the Steam reviews have already done their damage, and that's not a good look. So yeah,
that is true, and they have done their damage for sure. There were people, even I remember in the beta, who were saying they cancelled their pre-orders because the beta ran the way that the beta did. So I don't disagree. There is some permanent damage. I do see though that as time passes, you know, right now the reviews are mixed. They're not mostly negative. As time passes, you're gonna see it be good. And then, you know, if they can get it done by the time Phoenix Cyclops comes out. Let's say Phoenix Cyclops, they showed up the trailer, and he's just like he said, right? He's whipping optic blasts. He's air dashing with optic blasts. He's fucking, do you know what I mean? Everything with optic blasts right now, yeah. Tying his shoelaces with optic blasts. People are going to be like, whoa! And then they're going to go and check Steam and be like, check the reviews and be like, oh, actually, this is like not too bad. If they've done enough changes by that point and they just slowly go on an incline in terms of fixing the game, I do think that they should be able to get to a good place. Like, I initially was naively saying, yeah, I have faith that they'll fix it between the beta and launch. And, you know, I had my reasons as to why. People know my reasons as to why. Those reasons didn't pan out. So, you know, now the game is the way the game is. But what I will say though, Charlie, is that if you said you were, well, it was running fine for you because you're mostly offline. But the thing is, was it running at a stable 60 or was it dipping? Was there any frame dips for you?
It was having micro stutters.
Okay,
The first week had micro stutters. I think micro stutters have been patched out. So all of the other performance stuff is like online play and stuff like that. But and obviously you have to be careful with like PC when it comes to like PC and, you know, people's performances and stuff. It's such a mess because of people running different rigs, and sometimes simple things like not updating your CPU's drivers or your NVIDIA software or whatever, right? Like sometimes people will complain, but the problem is on their end. Not to say that that's what's happening throughout everyone's situation, but that is the realm of PC, right? Like sometimes it is actually the game that needs to be patched, and then other times it's actually a user issue. You know what I mean? And maybe it's a bit of both sometimes, which makes it even more challenging.
The thing is for you, if they patched out the micro starters and you're running at a stable 60, if you went online, it should be fine for people. It's only whenever it dips down into 59, 58 is when it becomes unplayable for the other person and you get that nasty one-sided rollback. I think if it's stable 60, you're fine. And do you know what? Would you be happy to say, do you know any of your specs off the top of your heads? Because I'm kind of interested.
System information.
Yeah, while go on.
I have my CPU. I got like a pretty beast CPU. It's a 20 core CPU, i7-1470, 14K series or whatever. And I got a shit GPU though, but the GPU doesn't really matter too much. It's the fucking RTX 4060.
4060 is fine, but do you know what? The game was so CPU heavy.
You know
what I mean? Go on, let's hear it.
I've seen people complain that it doesn't run their Steam Deck. I think you'll be fine. Like,
I mean, we will be now.
At home.
Listen. Oh, and thank you for reminding me, bruv. Listen, I bought a Steam machine to play Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Sorry, Marvel Tokon : Fighting Souls. Yeah, and this thing, I can play it now thanks to installing Windows. But that was not part of what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting to just buy this thing, having to install another OS and then play it. Fix it, man. Like, run it on Steam OS. Like, I'll have other, means to play it because I have a PS5. But there are people out there that I see that are saying, yo, like, we need it to run on Steam. And from what I hear, I could be misinformed or I could be naive, but I hear that it's a flick of a switch. So please flick that switch and get it. Just, let it happen, man. Like, more people need to be playing this game.
The real question is, I heard some rumblings where some people theorize that perhaps the game hasn't been selling that well because Arxis hasn't, typically, it hasn't been a month yet, right? But normally they might be like, okay, month one sales, we're doing so well, and they'll be kind of proud of it because, you kind of want to announce that. But sometimes they'll do that in week one. And that, I don't believe they've done that yet. So like, do you think that could mean that the game hasn't sold as well as they originally planned it to, or do you think that it doesn't matter at all? And
they said $500,000. They said it sold $500,000, which is under the.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
When did they say that?
It might have been about a couple of days to a week ago. They said it sold $500,000,
and you said that wasn't their expectation, or?
I think some people were saying it was below expectations. I would certainly say that. If you're looking at it now, they sold $500,000. Theoretically, if the beta didn't happen, you could say it would have sold more. Actually,
wait, are you sure they said that? Let me Google. I don't think they've said that. I don't think they would say that if they.
What they sold Tokon made $30 million. They sold. Tokon sold 485,000 copies, and in revenue they made $33 million.
Yeah, so revenue $33 million, 485,000 copies. So, And I don't know. I think they said that's across all platforms. So if they're saying
so 74% of sales were PS5. Console, and then 26% of Steam, and then fewer than 3K physical copies sold in Japan in the first week.
Right.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Yeah.
Yeah. So
If
that's the case, obviously, I mean, Steam sales and metrics are like more easy to track. You kind of don't even necessarily need them to be able to gauge it. But the majority being on console is actually A, what I expect anyway, but B, like the issues have primarily been on PC, right? Or let's say non-PS5 platforms. And really what they need, you know, if they can find a way to iron out those kinks ASAP, because really they are like lasting damage is happening. The whole like the ability to turn off cross-platform play, you know, there are some people who will never turn that back on. They'll never turn it on. They'll just be like, well, I tried it, then somebody like said there's a patch and it fixed it, tried it again, it was one side rollback, now I'm good. Do you know what I'm saying? There's enough PS5 man out there that'll play. You know, that's something that needs
there's
to
also
work.
other things that play too, right? You got to remember, it's not sold globally either. Like, there's still places in the world that can't sell the game, so that's also hurting this game's overall sales because Sony.
That's like what I think it was 135 countries. Just the SSK did some good work checking out all of that. And now I think it's like 80 odd, 70 odd. It's still like a lot of countries. So yeah, that does also need to change. And listen, man.
If I'm to hazard a guess, though, like obviously it's kind of unfair to compare it to DBFC because you're comparing the powerhouse that is the Dragon Ball IP, at least when it comes to games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I would, if I was to guess, I would imagine that probably these week one numbers are probably not what they would hope for, because I imagine this game is very expensive. Even just the voice lines alone and having all of that talent, fucking not even just in English, in across like 8 or 9 other languages. Mind you, a lot of those voice actors as well are quite like renowned in their own, you know, in their own like field, like in their own language. So and voice work can be super duper expensive. So I look at this number and it's like, I'm guessing that this is not being considered a success so far. And I also think that I actually don't think the performance issues on the PC is like the bulk of why this is happening. I reckon, in my opinion, that even though Marvel's a powerful IP, I think that for the average person, a 4v4 fighting game is far too daunting for them to like, despite it looking great and sounding great and having all the Marvel characters you love. I think that the premise itself is a hard sell, I think.
I think it's not quite true, because extraction shooters are really hard sell, but then Arc Raider sold a cajillion copies. So
but that's
like,
an entirely different. I think the genre.
Well, again, you're saying it's an intimidating like subsect of the genre, right? And again, extraction shooters are legitimately like they're very like niche within a niche, right? And it broke through. Right.
True, but they're a niche within a genre that's already quite wildly popular. Like shooters as a baseline genre are already more popular than fighting games. So then if you take a niche within the genre that's already popular, sure, it's a niche and it's still smaller than like something like Halo, but it's already has the potential to access a lot more interest because it's already it's already under the umbrella of something that is quite popular as a genre.
So I agree that it has a bigger install base, but I will also say that even the things that I consider to be niche within those somehow are like, I wouldn't even say massive, but still niche compared to everything else. Like Counter-Strike to me should be one of the most like inaccessible games in terms of what it is, right? Because it's a very popular game. It's a team-based game that, you know, you obviously the prep aspect of it. This is something that obviously always separates like fighting games and everything else, right? Is the like whenever you're interacting with the game, it's like the denial of service can be like pretty severe, like in terms of like the opponent is just battering you and you can't do anything, right? Shooters, you can run around and you feel like you're doing something and then you eventually die, but the die should be like, okay, now you can't play for the rest of it. If you die at the start, you're done, right? Counter-Strike, in my opinion, should be one of the least accessible for that reason. You could die within seconds once the game starts and you got nothing, right? But that game's insanely popular. I think, and the thing is about fighting games as well is, and this actually does lead into what we were going to talk about, right? Because we were literally going to also talk about, you know, fighting games and if they should be made for the FGC or if they should just be made for you know for more casual players if you're going for casual. But the thing is about 4v4.
Boy, here we go.
No, but listen, 4v4 is like people like the team games on paper. They do like the aspect of team games. They don't like playing them. I actually kind of that much. I kind of agree.
Yeah.
But they do love the idea of, oh, I can make my team and do stuff, right? And I would say this is probably the team game that's made the most concessions out of all of them. Because I agree that maybe gone.
Not to cut you off.
No, I want to hear it.
I think I look at it from this standpoint. I agree about the team fighters. I think every point that was made here makes absolute sense. All of it. I'm attributing it mostly just lack of 132 countries not being able to play Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Not being able to play Iron Man. Not being able to play Captain America, because there's a lot of people in these regions that can't play these games. And like, I'm looking at the regions that are affected: Asia Pacific, Vietnam, Philippines, Cambodia, Venezuela, Haiti, Egypt, Pakistan, Nigeria, Afghanistan, Serbia. Like, and there's mad other areas that just can't play. Those are just to name a few.
Those are the countries as well that have actually been a bit more prominent in the fighting game community now. Pakistan has had a rise in terms of prominence, right? Thanks to things like Tekken and other games. So I don't disagree. Yeah.
So I think the power fantasy of playing my favorite Marvel characters to any capacity is always that will outweigh the difficulty. Not to say the difficulty does not matter. It definitely does. But I think it's just the fact that, like, man, I gotta watch you play Spider-Man when I could be playing him, and they're not gonna import, right?
Can I ask a question in regards to because I'm looking at the requirements. Is it the case that in those countries there's absolutely no way to get a PSN account? Correct. Like whether it's through like zero.
Mm-hmm.
Sony has a mandatory PSN account requirement.
And you can't get it over there. By normal means, you can't.
You can't get it.
That's the question, right? Like, in what means, right. If you were there, what means would it require? What abnormal means would it require for you to get it? And how realistic do you think that? Like, if somebody lives in one of these countries and they're like, I must get my hands on this game, how possible through magical Doctor Strange means could they do it?
Well, hold on.
We'll say I'm a TO, no comment.
You know what? I'll just
no comment. Wait, what?
Everyone, I knew that. I knew it was going to listen to that response.
Wait, can we not talk about this?
I'll keep it a stack. All right, I'll keep it a stack. You ready?
Yeah.
Sell the 7 seas. That's all I got. And that's not unheard of.
Oh no, but if you do that, you can't play online, no?
That's irrelevant. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Let me out, Charlie. Parsec.
Yeah,
Parsec exists.
He's going to say Parsec.
Okay.
He's saying you can play on Parsec as opposed to... I would say maybe we're not at that space yet where Parsec would be... But I hear it. You could, right? If you were, let's say, in Pakistan and then you had, like, you know, a couple people in your town and you said, boom, let's run it. And they have it on a Parsec, or they take it to, like, an internet cafe and they just, like, run it up. They could do that, for sure.
Yeah, because I can tell you from experience... I went to Hong Kong and I watched people use the PC version of Street Fighter 4 and put like a timer on the cabinet for you to play. Like, if they really want these things, they'll do it.
True, but
I'll tell you one thing is for certain. Ahoy, matey, and that's all I got.
I think
fucking One Piece, bro.
I think that definitely it needs to be addressed. Like we have all these countries and. You know, people will look towards things like, what do they look towards? They look towards Helldivers 2, right? And Helldivers 2 did walk some of this back.
Same problem Helldivers had.
Had the exact same issue, and some of it got walked back. Not all of it got walked back, but some of it did walk back. Chad the Third UK says, can't you just lie about where you live? Nah. I don't think it works. I think they check they actually...
Yeah, IP check.
Yeah, they IP check and they geotag in and then all the rest of that. So it doesn't work. And I think I don't know. My assumption is maybe VPN might not work. VPN sometimes with IPs, they can sometimes tell it's a VPN IP and not like a regular IP. So I don't know. My assumption is that also doesn't work for that reason. So regardless, what we're saying is via legal means, there doesn't appear to be a way for them to play the game the way it's intended and play the game online. And that is an issue, right? That does gate people out. that is a bunch of sales that they would in fact lose out on, which means that what remains are the people who played the beta, some of which literally can't. Like, do you know what? That I've seen some people be like, oh, it's good that people are sort of standing up to, for what they believe in, but I don't think it's that. I think people literally couldn't play the game, so they just couldn't buy it. Like, if I bought the game and it ran at 30, knowing that the game has to run at 60 in the beta, would I buy the launch version? I wouldn't. So that's a problem, unfortunately. So I'm glad that they're fixing it now, and hopefully that they keep working on that and they work their way up, because I actually do think that I envision a future where, I mean, listen, the first character they launched with is Cyclops. Who knows what the fourth character is? They might give people Gambit and Rogue as one character, and be like, yo, they freaking, Gambit and Rogue, you throw the card and then Rogue flies from the sky and then they kiss each other and it does some AoE explosion and some shit. And people love it, right? And they're back. Because we know people can be quite easily swayed. They can be quite fickle. They can be brought back. So I do envision a time when, like, by the end of the season, if they get the PC version working very well, and that first season is a really great first season, people will be back and people will forget about it. A lot of Arxis games have had rocky starts and people more or less forget. Do you know what I mean? So I think there is...
Wait, Kensou, can you elaborate on what you're saying in the chat, just so I understand as well?
Yeah, I'm looking at it here myself. I just double checked it. I looked and see the Sony IP check, and they don't. It says they don't strictly IP block you from logging in or playing games if you're out of region of NA. You just do the usual, which I figured, but I felt what happened with Helldivers that they had some kind of IP block, but I'm glad I fact checked it. So yeah, it says Sony won't IP block you at all. It's just you can't use a non-local US credit card or wherever credit card, right? You got to buy. You have to buy gift cards.
Or PayPal, right? For the countries that have PayPal, you can use PayPal.
I don't think so.
Really?
However, a translation layer of money.
Right. Yeah, so you still have to. Essentially, you're still gonna have to import, right? It would be no different than like in the UK. If you needed to play a game on the PS3, you make a Japanese account, load it up with some yen or whatever, and then run it that way. So it's the same process, it seems.
There's definitely like a window, like there's like a gatekeeping that you have to bypass, and not every person is going to be maybe care enough about the game to do that.
Right, now here's the funny part. So on Steam, it says here bypassing the restriction on PC is significantly harder and much more dangerous because Sony enforces the PSN requirement. Valve completely removed the game from the Steam storefront in those 132 countries. So you can't easily create a NA Steam account or UK Steam account in this case, where you guys are. So yeah, you can't bypass that part. And Steam tracks your exact physical location and billing address. And then you run the banning risk. Trying to spoof your location using a VPN to buy the game on Steam directly violates Valve's terms of service. Both Valve and Sony actively monitor these mismatches on PC, and it's a quick route to getting your Steam account permanent banned.
Yeah, I see.
So
yeah, in that case, like definitely the sales, I'd say like a good chunk of the sales not being where what Arxis probably wants is due to the country situation
just being inaccessible. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I still do think that the kind of game that it is kind of matters a little bit, but the actual country thing is probably the biggest thing, or combination.
So I'm gonna get into a little bit of that in a second. Yeah, just quickly. Two Chat says, "I'm sorry, love brother, this is cope. Those numbers are not coming back." It depends on what you mean by those numbers, right? Of course, there's a bunch of people who, after having that bad experience, are not going to buy the game. But we've definitely seen a bunch of times where people will be like, I've seen people like literally say like, actually, this game looks kind of cool now. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about building A, with people who are on the fence, and B, with some of the people who couldn't play the game will now play the game. Like, No Man's Sky is a bit of an outlier of an example, but those examples do exist. It's a very outlier example, but it does exist.
Baby. Chrome, baby. Look. Keep it simple. DLC.
Literally. Like, if you show characters that people care about, they'll buy the game.
Just like you said. Gambit and Rogue is one character. All right, I'm back. Nightcrawler. All right, I'm back. Colossus. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
The whole Fantastic Four. That's gonna get some
Oh
people.
my
riled.
God. Get out of here. Fuck off.
Two Storm,
Not happening.
baby. Let me
No.
get the ting. Let
Oh
me get
my
You don't
the
read
ting.
God.
comic books, man?
We're so bad. Oh, he's
They're not.
listen.
Kinda godlike.
Tempest, he has been a Fantastic Four hater since
Don't get me
episode 1 of
started.
this podcast. Literally, episode
Trash
1.
team.
We're 11
Trash
episodes.
team. Movie wasn't good. Not even Pedro Pascal could save it. Nobody like Fantastic Four is a
He's
they are
too
a
busy
relic.
gripsing man's wives,
They
bro.
are a
That's what he's doing.
relic. They are a relic of a bygone era. Get them out of here. Fucking give them to Jazzy Jeff, Uncle Phil them out of the house. Not coming in the game. Maybe you'll get 1 or 2, maybe, or just super scroll it and have all the power set and then be done with it.
Bro.
But no.
Are we getting
Super Scarlet.
are we getting unfiltered Charlie right now?
We are getting unleashed, bro. Unsealed.
Unleashed Charlie.
Unsealed
Charlie
Charlie.
Unleashed.
Shin Charlie. Bro.
He's
Yeah, that's
straight like
crazy.
any other
Yo.
seal that was on him, it's like slightly got smudged and now he's like it's leaking out, bro. He's like unsealed
Hey,
Charlie.
no pun intended. Shadow Charlie. My fault.
Shadow
My fault,
Charlie,
Shadow
yeah,
Charlie.
shit Charlie, bro. Oh,
Get him out
Can
of
I
here,
give you
man.
some recommended reading? If you want to be more interested, I mean, I have,
Go for it.
Have you ever read Hickman's Fantastic Four? It's like the run from the 2000s and on.
you know he
I
ain't
haven't
read no Hitman's Fantastic, but he ain't read none of that.
I haven't.
Oh man, yeah. If you read Hickman's Fantastic Four, all the way up to Avengers, New Avengers, and Secret Wars, I feel like you would really find an appreciation for the characters.
Okay.
I think- I know
I'll take a real fair stab at this, right? I'm sure that Fantastic Four has amazing stories. They got, they fucking got Doctor Doom. They're one of the ultimate, most popular villains of all time. I acknowledge that they probably got great stories, or not even probably. I acknowledge that they have got great stories. My issue with Fantastic Four is that I think that it's hard for them to be cool in the current era. I just think that the whole family superhero,
Yeah.
the costumes that they wear, their powers, they're just not cool. They're just not interesting enough to gain the interest of the masses in the same way that the X-Men can, that the Avengers can. And we kind of seen it. Like, I know I've had this discussion with Chrome a lot in that the 3 Fantastic Four movies that we've gotten, cinematically, just haven't been very good. And I agree with that. But I feel like when you had 3 chances and you still couldn't do it, I think that there is a little bit of a sign there that there's something inherently about the team itself that is not latching on to the masses. You know what I mean? That's what I'll say about Fantastic Four.
You didn't mess up the movie though.
What do you mean the most recent one? I thought to be honest, I thought the most recent one was okay, but like it okay is not good enough when you're talking about the current state of the MCU and what they've given us prior, right? It's like you finally got the Fantastic Four back. You got it away from the fucking Michael B. Jordan one and the Chris Evans one. It's back in your house. You put Oberyn Martell as Mr. Fantastic, and you still couldn't make it happen. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I'm sorry.
I hate to say, I really love that movie.
I thought it was great as well.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I thought it
He's
was
got
great.
a full loaded clip, Tempest. He's got a full loaded clip.
He's got no clip activated when it comes to Fantastic Four, bro. I've never seen him reload
Nah.
once, bro. He just keeps
The movie was
busting and
okay.
busting.
It wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough.
I thought
Like,
it was.
and
I thought it was
not to
great. But
mention, right,
I hear you in parts of it.
Not to mention, like another thing another thing that wasn't that great about the movie is that was their chance to sow the seeds of the nigh incoming Doctor Doom, right? I don't know. Some of you maybe haven't seen the recent Endgame trailer. I know Chrome probably hasn't seen it, so
Nope.
not Endgame, Doomsday, right?
Doomsday.
But like, there's a scene in that trailer where it's like, why didn't you tease that in Fantastic Four?
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't understand. And I actually think had they done that, the movie would have. I would have rated it a lot higher. The movie is okay. It's not like bottom 5 MCU or anything. I just think that, again, currently, okay is not good enough for MCU. Like, they really need to win people back, especially when you're talking about a 3rd rodeo. This is the 3rd rodeo of Fantastic Four, and it's just okay. No, it's not. I'm not having it.
I ain't seen Charlie hate like this in a long time. This is rare form. Rare form. Good
Yeah,
shit.
I don't know, man.
Good shit. But no, look,
Sorry.
no, bruv, do your thing, bruv. This is your co-host, bruv. If you get to be like, you know what, I'm gonna tell you what sucks right now. This is shit, bruv. And then you just tell us, bruv. You know what I mean? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Two chaps said, how did the F4 hurt you, Charlie? The film was great. C was throwing it back, but she couldn't see it. He couldn't see it. Oh, that's okay. I see. Invisible Woman is pretty good. Anyway, yeah. So, like I was saying before, right? My thing, this is to just lead into the one of the final topics we're having about Max and what Max has been saying before in general, and what's generally been happening is there's the discourse now is about fighting games and if they should cater to the FGC or not, if they should just be, catering more towards casual players. And that's kind of been where we are now. They're like, some people are saying that fighting games shouldn't really be casual focused. They should be more casual focused than they should be FGC focused. So, I mean, my thing is, when it comes to that focus, I just think it doesn't matter about, like, when it comes to casuals. I don't think they give as much of a shit when it comes to if the game is sweaty or if the game is easily accessible. I don't think anyone has ever said easy to play, I can't wait to get home and throw it on. I think what they care about is the content. And it's been the thing that the FGC has kind of not cared about, so it's been fine. Fighting games are always thrive for us. But when it comes to casual gamers, they have always wanted robust single-player content as well as versus content, right? They want to be able to play their little brother or their older brother at the game, but they also want to be able to throw it on and have a good story mode, go into survival modes, go into crit mode, do all those other types of things. Now, companies have been largely skipping and bypassing those things, and they've kind of done it because they said, you know what? We're going to cut that corner, we're going to throw it to the FGC, and we'll probably be okay. And to me, that is the focus that they've given us. It's less about how the game plays, and it's more about the fact that they know we don't care about single player content. They know we don't want to grind to unlock characters, and so they won't have that stuff be in the game. Instead, what they'll do is they'll just give us a good game, right? A good game being a mechanically good game, right? A game that plays well.
Right.
But what really matters for everyone else, I talk to, old friends that I used to play fighting games with growing up here, and we used to be sweats, right? Like, not sweats as in like scrub sweats, casual sweats. Do you know what I mean? We used to play a lot, right? I talked to him after a couple of years. I'm like, yo, you saying? He's like, yo, yeah, man, I played Mortal Kombat X. Yo, and I had like an 8-hour story mode. It was sick. I was there playing for like 8 hours. It was great. The story's great. You should try it. That's the stuff that they care about. You put enough of that in there to distract them from however the game is played. It doesn't matter how this game could be even more friggin' sweaty than it is now. But if you said, oh, yo, I can, as well as survival mode and story mode, like, yo, I've got story mode for, chapter 2 of every other character story modes. I've got crit modes. I've got all this other stuff. Then they won't care. They'll be like, I got enough bang for my buck in this game. Maybe they'll go online and get their face caved in, but they're not going to get their face caved in and be like, I'm returning the game because I've got 8-hour story modes, all this other like robust single player content, and I got my face caved in. They're going to return it because they're like, I got my face caved in, there's nothing else to do in the game. That is always going to matter more. So whenever I see people online talking about the reason these games aren't doing well is because they're focused on the FGC and not for casuals. It's like, making that game easy to play is not going to do enough of anything if the game doesn't have enough in it. If it doesn't have meat on the bone, it doesn't have meat on the bone. Like, casual gamers and general audience gamers are not stupid. They understand what is value for money. If you don't give them value for money, they're not going to go along with it. It's just not going to happen. And I think the real issue that we have as the FGC is we keep kind of fooling ourselves into thinking that's not the most important thing to them when we know it is. And the reason we know it is because when we were younger, that was important to us. So why would it all of a sudden not be important to anyone else? And that's me. I'm just ran over. I ranted for a little bit there. My bad.
So in conclusion, is it fair to say that you generally agree with what Max said in that clip?
No.
No.
No, because I don't think he was wording it in the way I was wording it. Unless I was wrong. If I'm wrong
given.
Go on.
So before we started.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead, Tempest. You go.
I will tell you how I got sold on fighting games, and maybe this will sway you a little bit, right? I don't know if anybody knows this. Pretty much nobody knows this. I started in Smash 4.
Okay.
Pretty much like 99% of the community, I hate to say, are funneled through that big top end, which is Smash.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I started in Smash 4. I went to a tournament. It was DTN. Wasn't the greatest tournament. I know people say what they're going to say about it, but I showed up. And I met Alex Smith, who knew a guy that I knew. He showed me upstairs, and the upstairs had the wildest game I've ever seen in my life. It was Guilty Gear Xrd, right? It was Sign at the time. And I saw Eno. And I was like, I saw him doing some just fucking wild shit on the screen. And I wanted to do that. So I went home, and the first thing I did was I went to GameStop and I bought Sign. And like 3 months after that came out, Revelator came out. And a few months after that, Rev 2 came out. Right? And I literally sat there, grinded tech, grinded the game. I was like, this is such a cool game. It had the story mode. I retroactively went back to the story mode after playing the game for about a good 200 hours. But the first thing I did, open training mode, how do I get to the crazy combos that I saw on the screen over there?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And stuff like double jump cancels, all that stuff, foreign to me. Right? Even as a smasher, right? And then that was my funnel, right? That was the moment. Shout out to Alex Smith though, because he showed me Guilty Gear, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was playing May at the time. I don't know if he still plays. I actually never asked, but that was the person who got me into it. Maybe my experience is not the same as everybody else, but when I see people at a fighting game tournament, when I see people that typically buy a fighting game, they know who Justin Wong is, they know who Sonic Fox is. They go, I'm not trying to be that, but I'm trying to do cool shit. Like I'm trying to play with my cousins, and that's why Tekken has mass appeal, right? I don't think Tekken had a really cinematic story mode until Tekken 5, 6, and 7, right? Those are like the games where it started to get really like the story mode's a separate game from the game, and even Tekken 8 too. But you see someone do some cool shit, you want to do said cool shit, you pick up the game and try to replicate that cool shit. I think that's people underestimate the amount of people that just literally see that and they're just like, I want to do that. I want to do the cool shit.
I think to be fair though, I think they underestimate it rightfully, because those people are most likely going to be the minority of people. As big and large as that group may sound, they're going to be outshined by just people who are like, I like how the game looks. I like Street Fighter. I like Marvel. I like League of Legends. Right. I like some of the modes that they got. Right. I like the story. Like there's, or I just want to press buttons and have fun. Like I think our perspectives on this are going to be shaped by what we are mostly surrounded by. And that's why I think it's kind of like what Kensu was saying earlier on about enjoying a certain aspect of fighting games, loving going to the lab and really, honing the craft and being like wanting to be a high level player. But it's possible / quite important to go into that while also knowing that there's a whole other universe out there of people that enjoy these games for completely different reasons and in completely different ways. And I think we sometimes do ourselves a disservice when we don't see that. You know what I mean? Not to say that you don't see that, but like what you said earlier about how, a lot of people playing fighting games know Justin Wong. I don't really know. Like that's a very FGC centric way of thinking, I think, which is not bad. It makes sense if that's a person's surroundings, but it's not entirely the whole apple,
It is
no Justin Wong.
It is a bubble. It is a bubbled way of thinking, but I think it's actually probably more likely true than less. The only reason I say that is because even the idea. Do you know, like when people talk about like Evo and the prestige of Evo, and they say it would cheapen the prestige of Evo potentially with like multiple tournaments. Evo like is one of the only tournaments that people know exists as a tournament brand, and that's because that thing ends up in finals for IGN. All these other places. Whenever those finals happen, they get showcased everywhere. People know what those things are because they're kind of household brands. And like, Justin is one of those brands. Yipes is one of those brands, right? Those people are like, even though I agree with what you're saying, I think the likelihoods is much higher with those people because of who they are, what they've contributed to the
Yeah,
community.
I can agree that, especially lately, like as of the past 5 to 7 years, like I could agree that if gun to my head, if you showed me 10 people that play fighting games, I'd probably say 6 or 7 meme, 6 or 7 of them probably do know who they are. But I guess what I'm saying is that's more of a, I would say, more of a recent development because of how, the growth of the scene and how online we are now, and the growth of Evo and all of that stuff and major tournaments, right? But I guess what I'm saying is that although that may be the case that the majority of people will likely know who these people are, I would still say that there's a sizable amount of people that might not, because they don't play the fighting games for the same reasons that we might play them, and so therefore they're probably not privy or don't care as much. Maybe they know some top players or some commentators, but not the whole the whole lineup, like Tasty Steve and Ringe and everybody, right?
Do you know what's funny that you say that
course.
though is that Street Fighter 6 has those like players, those people and that talent in the game as well, right? And I hear what you're saying. That wasn't obviously what you were saying was that if you're not privy to it, maybe if you're not, actually looking, that you might not know, right? That is just generally what you're saying. And I understand that. It's funny though, because sorry, before I let Sam jump in, Big Brian said people know Justin even if they don't know Justin because of the Daigo clip. He said he has none of GC friends that know that clip. Like stuff's kind of just ubiquitous with fighting games at this point.
But knowing who Justin, knowing that the person in that clip is Justin is different from knowing the clip.
Suppose so.
Right, there's a different end result there. You might just know the clip because it's hype, and maybe you heard them say "Let's go, Justin," but maybe you thought that Justin is just the guy that some kid that nobody knows, and that's the clip, right? But that's not the case.
I think that's fair.
I don't know, man. I think in the previous era, this may have been super true. In the YouTube content influencer era, where Yipes and Justa Wong end up in the Street Fighter movie.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, my cousins know Justa Wong now. My cousins know who Yipes is, right?
True.
Those clips, like in the TikTok world, those clips go around, man. Like they know who they are, right? At least the way I see it, right? This is a different from where if you told me this 5 years ago, I would be in the same mindset as you. Right?
I would even disagree then.
And you know what?
I even disagree then.
Gone.
You know why?
Yeah, gone.
I'll tell you exactly why. When I did the comeback on listing, I was hit up in random grocery stores. Hey, aren't you that Kensu guy that plays C Viper in Houston? I'm like, who are you? I remember going to bars with my girlfriend. Hey, you're that guy. And I'm like, that guy what? Who the fuck are you? C Viper, right? Yeah. Liston. So and I had that happen to me for an entire year. And I'm not talking out the side of my ass with that one. That happened to me a lot. So that's dating all the way back to 2009. So I assure you that because you got to keep in mind Street Fighter 4 also brought in the GameStop tournaments and stuff like that here in NA, right? And those things were advertised like crazy. And GameStop still is somewhat huge, but especially at that time was really big here. So when we talk about the YouTube era, it started mostly with Street Fighter 4. If even from the smallest degree, all the way up until now, it has been ginormous. Yep. I think the reality is that there's this stupid stipulation that's put on this genre, that this genre is hard, and then this and that is hard. And this stipulation has, for whatever reason, been drugged to the freaking ground, to the point to where people just believe that, right? Now, that's happened in other genres too. Obviously, 1v1 fighters like Quake don't exist anymore. StarCraft ain't really popping off like that because of the mechanical skill required to play the game, blah, 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 right? But these are the same, I always say this, man, these are the same people that will sit here and play Sekiro, sit here and play Elden Ring and talk about games being hard and how I can't play neutral. Well, let me tell you something, fella, in case you didn't know this. That boss you just fought, you had to play neutral to fight that boss. Granted, it's an AI. I get it. It's less intimidating because it's not another brain. But it can be intimidating. That's why they use the size magnification to make it more epic, et cetera, et cetera. But the point here is the stigma on this genre has I heard it in Guilty Gear for years. I heard it about Tekken, but yet for some reason you're afraid to play Guilty Gear and air dash, but you can wave dash with Kaz? Stop. I'm not trying to hear that. And this happens so much with this genre. Now,
So what can I counter poke?
Oh, I'm here for it.
So I think that, like, while I agree with you that the stigma is, you could argue that it kind of causes a bit of harm and makes people skip on a game that they may have otherwise enjoyed simply because of how it's perceived. But I do think that, like, it's one of those things where perception is reality, right? And I don't think it's unreasonable for a person to look at fighting games, to look at clips, to look at like all these high level stuff that's happening and to feel like it's too hard for them to play or that they will never be that good, right? And like, I don't think, I agree with you that the stigma exists, but I don't think that it's always coming from an unreasonable place. I think there's a reason why it's there. And what Chad said in the chat, like, you can compare them to these other games like Souls games and stuff, but I do think that the difference between a PvE and a PvP game is quite integral, quite important to point out. And I think there are ways to argue that fighting games can be hard. Maybe they're not. Maybe saying fighting games are hard is incorrect, but certain aspects of them can be hard to the point where it may point somebody in the direction of no longer playing, because everybody knows a person who's played a fighting game and they've rinsed it for a while, and then sure, maybe they drop it for different reasons, but sometimes a person may drop a game because in order for them to want to keep playing, they feel like they need to get to the next level. But what it requires of them to get to that next level, they can't do it, not because they're physically unable to, but they're not willing to, because of the extra time it would take, the extra lab work, the blood, sweat, and tears. That can be hard, and not everybody can make that sacrifice or wants to make that sacrifice. And so I do think there is some merit into this stigma that is present in fighting games.
And then my counterpoke to that is, like, I can point out like 19-year-olds that can do Spider-Man web zip combos and freaking Marvel Rivals. I can point out to all these kids that can tap strafe, wall bounce, wall jump, 360 no scope in Apex. And
but you shot yourself when using of people of that age. You like life. The way your brain is like having so much more access and time.
Right. But that is the target audience. That is the target
audience. Not really. 19-year-olds only.
For sure. I mean, for sure. But I mean, you're always gonna have from like what do the games say? Like 19 and up, right? Obviously, you have younger, because clearly we have 16-year-olds in Street Fighter doing work, right? So 15 and 16-year-olds at that matter, right? I mean, Noah started out at like what, 10, 12?
Yeah.
Nene, and look at him now, right? Now, granted, he had the tenacity, he wanted to do it, he had his own story behind that, right? But you nailed something that is probably the most important part of it all. The genre in itself and how difficult it is one thing. It's the desire, it's the will to do it. And that's a big problem. And what Tempest said is very accurate, because there's a lot of people that will see highlight reels of like a Kali in League of Legends. I don't want to do that. And they all go get a Kali. They spend their RP on their freaking cool little skin, and they try to do the cool stuff in the game without even knowing any kind of fundamentals. I'm one of those people. I admit to that. Lee Sin, I'd love to throw Q, ward hop, Q again, ult, ward hop, and do more cool stuff, and then kill my team because I kicked incorrectly, because that happened to me a lot. I'm telling you, as a Lee Sin player, it happened to me a ton of times. You know how many times I watched any Korean player do that shit in League? I played a shit ton of League. But, like, I wanted to do that. And there's a lot of people that are like that. Like what Tempest said, there are a lot of people that are like, I want to do the cool shit. And they bypass so much stuff despite knowing that, like, they know that there's a skill barrier, but they ignore it because the cool shit makes them want to do it. In this genre, it's just the cool shit takes time. The time it takes to do the cool shit League versus a fighting game isn't, truth be told, not that much different. There's a lot of execution behind League of Legends. There's a lot of execution behind fighting games. Yeah. And dare I say, there's 10 times more matchups to know in League of Legends. Just playing top lane alone.
I agree.
How many top laners are going to go up there, right? Let's say you're playing Vi. Cool, Vi's kit's limited. Now you got to fight this character, that character. Then you're gonna fight Quinn. Man, I can't get next to Quinn. Quinn's poking me from afar. What do I do? Wait for my jungler? What do I do? Farm under freaking tower. You know? But you don't know that going in. You just see Vi do the cool play, and you got to learn that as you play. So regardless, the reality still remains is like League is hard, Dota's hard, Apex is hard, freaking Fortnite is hard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching dudes build the entire fucking Mona Lisa, and you mean to tell me you can't hit ABC fucking super?
Okay, so this is where I think we're the disagreement here is that I agree with you that like this comes down to the limitation that we're putting on the word hard. You're only talking about mechanically difficult. But what I'm agreeing with that, but I'm also saying that what is hard is the ability to put the commitment in, because what that requires of you is beyond just mechanical and one frames and timing and character knowledge, matchup and all of that stuff. Outside of that, there's also the do I have what it takes? Do I have the time? Do I have the wherewithal? Like, I know what I need to do to improve. I understand the mechanics of what I need to do to improve, but can I afford? Can I put myself into the mindset to be able to do that? And the reason why this is important is because this leads me into attempting to kind of attack the previous thing that you brought up with the Souls games. Souls games can be like Sekiro is one of my favorite games of all time. It's in my top 3, top 5, right? Yes, that game is hard, but the mechanical part is difficult. But when it comes to how much time I need to put in to finally beat the boss or beat the game, there is a clear end point because of the nature of what the game is. Because it's a player versus the environment game, there is an end goal. The end goal is beat the last boss, finish the game. Maybe you can platinum it and do all the achievements. You're done with the game, right? But whereas with competitive games or fighting games, there is the end point is not so clear. The end point is going to be where the player wants it to be. And for some people, maybe that end point is, I no longer have the mental capacity to be able to sacrifice what needs to be sacrificed to improve to X level, right? I understand the mechanical stuff, and yes, that is no difference. There's no difference with that than compared to other games. I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying is I think you're missing the outer meta, the outside component of what makes a fighting game hard to some people, and it's not just mechanically; it's everything else that goes into it.
Oh no, I'll tell you right now, I'm not. I've dealt with this for so long. I've heard this stuff for so long. I watch people do this shit for so long. And to go back to Sekiro for a second, for the difficulty of the game, for as hard as it is, even though there is an endpoint, we're still asking for an easy mode for a game that was designed to challenge you. People
Well, not
legitimately
everyone, though.
ask.
Like, not everybody's asking for an easy mode. So that's
I
a very
would love to agree with you.
Cut it
Go
before
ahead.
the Sekiro rant starts. I looked up 5 things, and I looked at the viewership of these things. And I know it's not a good equation, right? But I looked up basically what I mentioned earlier: MOBA, card game, shooter, right, and fighting game. I looked up all 4 of these. I looked at their starter guides. The starter guides, they have so much more depth that as I like looked at them, glanced at them, right? It's a lot harder. You said earlier it was easier to point and shoot. And yes, point and click adventure, I give that to you, right? That is a lot easier to get into. If you get into COD, you point, you click, you have an adventure, right? But people are booting up Marvel Rivals every day. You can't. I actually think that a fighting game situation, they have a pretty clear answer. Someone jumps at you, sure you can, right? Now you tell me, where do you position your 2 healers, right? Or when is it appropriate to switch to trip support, right? How do you win? How do you get above the platinum level, right? That kind of stuff. And these guides are getting high views, right? Higher views than Diaphone, how to play champion, or how to how to play, how to play Tokon. 10 tips to how to get improve in Tokon, right? Positioning guides that have about equate to the same viewership, right? So again, the question becomes an ask, right? What's the funnel? Where do we start? Because fighting games, we know that at the high level they're hard, but at the mid level is it easy in the 2020s? And my answer is 100% yes, because I've literally seen people, and I've hosted many locals. I've seen people come in. I've seen people come in their ass. I've seen people improve to the point where they could beat me. I'm surprised, right? And this is like a 3-month journey, right?
So
I think there's good content out there too that people don't make, like Gecko Squirrel, who literally made a YouTube series. Here are my goals. These are my goals. Here is how I'm going to reach these goals. Get out of pools in my online tournament, right? Win a region, or I think it's like win a regional, right? Win a local, right? He made all these goals. He made it a YouTube series, right? And to me, that's infinitely more interesting to watch this player's journey than to look at. I don't know. I'm sorry, ShinKensou, Carly, hit you with this, but like looking at a chip guide, learning as much as I can, going on ranked, and bashing my head against the wall until I hit diamond, right? Or whatever. I don't know what Gear has anymore. I think Gear has diamond. I lost track. I'm sorry, but yeah.
You could.
So, do you know what my thing is, right? I've always said that a lot of these games do actually require probably equal amounts of dedication and skill to get good at, or even like semi-decent at. But the things that, to me, the funnel, the answer is content. I'm going to still remain that it's content. Like, I just don't see how it's anything other than giving somebody that robust cushion of just playing and enjoying a game. And then when they feel ready to jump into something a bit more, demanding, which is like online play in general, then they can do that, right? Obviously, some of these games don't even have that, right? And they're still popular games, like we've already said. League, CS, etc. But I do think that fighting games were previously known for that, and they should still be known for that. And that shift that they've had has negatively impacted them. Now, the other thing I think is also really important is empowerment. And this is the real and empowerment and how much of the game you feel like you're able to play. Like MOBAs give you the illusion, even when you're losing really badly, that you're still playing, right? You have a jungle phase, you have a lane phase, you have all of these other things, right? You could be losing in those things quite badly, but you can still hit creeps, you can last hit creeps, you can do things. You feel like you're doing things. Fighting games, you can't necessarily. You are always doing things, right? We as fighting game players know at all times, even when you're getting battered, you're doing things, right? But maybe that illusion isn't quite there. So I think the other thing, rather than ease of use, is empowerment, right? Like Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is, at least for a lot of people at the start, a very scrubby game, because what the hell, the guy just pressed 4 buttons and he fucking killed my character and potentially my whole team. That gave a level of empowerment where at first you felt empowered because it gave you this 4-button thing where now you're strong, right? Then a good player teaches you actually it's not as strong as you think, right? So they sort of make it level off just by way of good design. The game, like X Factor is not. It's far from perfectly designed. Far from it. It's like, to me, it's a necessary evil that was just like not tuned properly. But it's still, they understood why it needed to be in the game. Especially in a game where it was like, oh, 3v3. If you end up with one character and you have to stage that comeback, everyone in FGC goes, yeah, that's how it should be. You should have to stage that comeback. Most people are going to be like, bro, I've got one character, it's pointless. Like, what the hell? Why am I bothering, right? Reversal Edge in Soul Calibur 6. That's another example where they decided to give you empowerment. Now, season 1 Reversal Edge was dog shit. Like, and that's one of my favorite games of all time. Soul Calibur 6 is one of my favorite games of all time, and Reversal Edge at the start was terrible. By the end, I think, we would say that it's definitely leveled off, and, by way of patches, not by way of like meta, but just by way of patches, right? They toned it all the way down. And then that game became a fantastic game, in my opinion. But definitely at the start, they knew why they gave that to you. And I believe even in the developer like interviews when I was reading it, it was like they were saying, actually in Soul Calibur, that game can be very oppressive, and we just want newer players to be able to feel like they can do something. Reversal Edge is like a sort of release valve that allows you to reset back to neutral and then be like, oh, now I can choose to do X or do Y or do Z. Now I can do stuff, right? And that is like, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, that's probably more the direction that, if we're going to talk about mechanics rather than content, that I think makes more sense, right? You could argue that 2XKO, does it have something that empowers you in that kind of way? Well, one would be Fury, right? Fury would be that way that they're trying to. Is it Fury? Is the sort of X Factor thing? Yeah, Fury. You could say it's that. I wouldn't necessarily say it works as well as it should. I don't think it empowers people as much as it should. It's a good idea for them to have it in, but I don't think it necessarily works as well. But I think that those things are all really, really important, right? I think that for CS, if you're a terrible player, you have the phase where you're prepping, the phase where you're running around, the phase where you fire your gun and you get shot and you get killed. Now you're not playing the game anymore. But those 3 minutes before, you felt like you're playing the game. Those things are important, and that's the things that fighting games don't necessarily have. And I just think if we're ever going to go the direction of like fighting games, then you need A, that, you know, content to funnel, and B, some level of empowerment to give like the player. And I think if you have those things, you should be fine. If you don't have those things, then, you know, who knows? Maybe it was other factors that meant that you didn't work. But I just don't think it's ever going to be like when people say, oh, we should make it for the FGC in mind, or we should make it for the casual in mind. I just think those things matter slightly less. Like, you could argue that some of those mechanics are more for casuals in mind, right? But I would definitely say that if you pad the game out of enough content, I think you should be fine. I can't remember what you said before, Charlie, about me agreeing with Max. I can't remember what the part was that you thought, if you even remember.
What I was going to say is that like it sounded like you're essentially agreeing because you know, before we streamed, I was saying that a lot of people's positions on Max's position is going to come down to what they believe he meant when he says something like fighting games shouldn't be made for the FGC. Like that specific sentence, what people are going to interpret that differently. And what it sounds like you are saying, like my interpretation of what he said is what you're saying. Like when he says fighting games shouldn't be made for the FGC, Google Translate in my brain says we shouldn't just prioritize, like we need to have other modes. We shouldn't just prioritize the kinds of players or only focus on having gameplay where the type of players that, you know, hardcore sweaty FGC people are going to enjoy and forego the other modes, like the modes that Soul Calibur has or Mortal Kombat or even like the story mode that is in Tokon, right? And so my perception of what he said is that that's the translation, and it sounds like what you're saying is in line with that. But it seems that where you disagree is that he should have elaborated more in what he was saying, which I'm pretty sure he did later on in that stream. Obviously, we live in a clip world, right? So that's not everybody's going to get the full context. But I do agree that generally, like, he's not always the best at fully communicating properly what it is he's trying to say, which is why he sometimes ends up in these kinds of scenarios.
Well, if that was, I mean, what? So you watched the rest of it. I mean, was that what he was saying? If that was what he's saying, then I guess
I have watched the rest of it. I can't remember like off the top. But so one, I can't remember like word for word if that's exactly what he said. I do recall him elaborating more. That's definitely what happened. Right. But also because I've watched him talk about this topic like day in, day out multiple times in the past, I already kind of have a little bit of a cheat code in terms of knowing his perspective on this generally anyway, right? So, but yes, I agree that like when you look at the clip, it's and there are a lot of people agreeing with him, and the people that agree with him, I think they agree with him because when they hear shouldn't be made for the FGC, they're plugging in what they understand that to mean, and they already agree with it. So the people that don't agree with the people that have a different input into that statement are going to come away with an entirely different notion of what he was trying to communicate.
Yeah, right.
You know?
I'll just say, Mr. Alistair said, isn't that what auto combos are? Isn't that the empowering you're referring to? Actually, yes, it is. It is part of the empowerment. And I think for the most part, it's fine. Like, I think that the auto combos where it gets out of hand are like the DBFC auto combos where it becomes like things that affect neutral, where you can mash the button and it also had different properties. That's where maybe you overtune it too much and it becomes like an issue. But I think, yeah, ultimately, if somebody gets the hit and they're just mashing and they get some damage. So I heard people before saying like auto combos are doing too much damage, and I was like, bro, you got hit. I don't see why you're complaining. But I'm gonna have that mentality because, you know, Marvel free, right? Your life is forfeit because you're complaining about like, you know, oh man, they don't deserve it because they're not doing the thing that I would have done if it was like, that doesn't matter. Like, you got hit. You shouldn't have got hit. The whole point is to not get hit, and you got hit. Right, so that's the issue there. But yeah, as far as if you're talking content,
I'm just gonna say this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had people in my local crying about my Deadpool comebacks. I would just get randomly happy. I'll admit, I get randomly happy birthday. They get clipped doing some dumb shit like assist air dash or something, and then I come all the way back because they gave me so much gray health that I just start spamming shit.
Yeah,
and and I think I had people heated. I'm not gonna name names, but one time outside the local, I did some shit. Motherfuckers were sitting outside talking about Deadpool. Like I had just done some like straight like bull Cappy Chaos guard crush loop bullshit. And all I did was full comeback. I got the fire grenade. I did Falcon Punch. I did like 70%, and then I did random bullshit go tag out Shuri, and then he died to the mix up.
This is what I'm
Like
saying.
it goes back to our small conversation about fighting game players.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Like
What I
this
want
is
to
where
add
it
though
goes.
is because it felt like we just to kind of because it felt like we didn't reach a satisfying conclusion on the previous back and forth. So what I'll say, because I don't disagree with Kensu and you Tempest, I think what I want to just quickly crystallize is that what I'm saying is that if a person came to me and they said, "Oh, you play fighting games, man, I think fighting games, they seem really hard," I understand where that comes from, and I don't think it's unreasonable. Because again, going back to the power fantasy stuff and the kind of games that fighting games are, especially if a person watches a clip of Tokon or any fighting game, and what they see is just somebody getting mauled in the corner, and that person getting mauled in the corner is just having a rough time, like that. You can call it an illusion, but it's an illusion that comes from a place of reality that creates an endpoint that is reasonable from the mind of the perceiver, from the mind of the viewer. If I don't know much about this game, I play other video games. Maybe I play Hearthstone. Maybe I play like League of Legends or whatever. If I don't know much about this game and this is what I see, it's a reasonable takeaway to be like, man, this game seems hard, or I'm not sure if I could play a game like this. And all I'm saying is that I think that's I don't think that's an entirely unreasonable thing to feel. And I do think that fighting games, particularly, like all games can do this to some degree. All games, if you just watch a bunch of high level clips, all games can give you this impression. But I do think that the kind of game that a fighting game is, and how kind of smaller in stature, and how, and like what Chrome said earlier about other games have different phases where
throw
you're
the
not getting
card
shot
and then-
at, you're exploring, you're trying to find the opponent. There's other aspects of the game that can give the illusion or give more of a buffer to make it not seem as daunting. But I think the nature of fighting games don't have as much of a buffer, and so the chances of it seeming more daunting is higher given the nature of the kinds of games those are. And I don't think it's unreasonable or incorrect for somebody to be like, I don't know about them fighting games, but it seems too hard. They may actually be wrong, or they are actually wrong, because nothing is too hard if you put your mind to it and you give it a spin. But I think from the perception, I think it's a reasonable position. I think.
Are they the target
Is what I'm
audience, do you think?
I got you.
Say again.
Are they the target audience?
Well, they might not be the target audience for only that particular kind of gameplay, but that's where what we said earlier,
Right.
how different modes, and like again, I spent 9 hours streaming Tokon in Miss Marvel's fucking level up mode. Like that was fantastic, right?
Yeah.
If the game didn't have that, there's a decent chance that I would have streamed that day, and I wouldn't have streamed for 9 hours.
Yeah.
Right. And that is a mode that is catered to different kinds of people, and it's very important. And that goes back to what Max is saying, right? Like if you only make a game with the hardcore fighting game audience in mind, the developer may, in their mind, think, oh, making a game for the hardcore fighting game audience, they only want this stuff, and this stuff is just ranked, good netcode, and cool characters, like cool combo mechanics. But then they might forego all the other stuff that can bring other kinds of people in, which I think in this day and age, and sorry to be rambling for a bit, but I think one thing that we forget to mention as well is that the attention currency is completely different in this day and age, where there are so many more different pieces of content, different video games, TV shows, distractions, Instagram, TikTok. The fight for people's attention now is radically different to what it was before. So it double extra behooves a developer to find multiple avenues to get people plugged into a game. If you only try to focus on what would have worked 20 years ago in the PS2 time or the arcade days, it's just not going to work.
But
I think
do
that's
both? Can't you do both though? You see when you said, but you would forego content. Can't you do both?
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. But the prime example of what it would take to maximize the chances of a successful fighting game would be to do both. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I asked that. I don't even ask that as a, like, it's legitimately. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the games that are the most successful fighting games, they do both. Tekken gives you content and it gives you the empowerment aspect and it gives you a game.
Don't bring Street Fighter 6 up. Don't bring Street Fighter 6 up.
Don't. What do you mean? World Tour mode is right there. World Tour mode's right there.
I will bust my Magnum on that one.
You can bust. Hey,
wait,
listen,
why?
load up the. I was gonna say the chamber.
I wanted, because I was waiting for my turn on this one, and I think I agree, and I've pointed this out since Street Fighter 6 has come out. They made a whole extreme battle mode, and there's an extreme battle section inside the fucking battle hub. Mm-hmm. But people spend more of their time sitting in the pit of every battle hub doing avatar battles. Mm-hmm. Now, they added all these extra modes in there, and that's the part where I'd be like, you just give them the extra modes. I'm like, there was not a single, like, okay, it's a casual mode to get people to play fighting games and have fun on a whimsical level, right? Do you mean to tell me we had 3 or 4 different Annihilator Cups for AT&T and not one of them featured the extreme battles? Not one. We had Twitch rival shit for it. No extreme battles again. But these modes were meant for the fucking Lily Pichus, the fucking, you know what I'm saying, the Saikunos and these motherfuckers here. But we want to put them on modern Honda and not let them play the fun mode. And they have modes in there in the extreme battle that are like objective based. Throw 3 times. All right, you clear that objective. Okay, now you're doing damage. You clear all the objectives and you beat them. It's not like they have a life bar, but you do the objectives. So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself,
isn't that on the organizer though?
I'm in force. It is.
So like if it's the case that the organizer just decided we just want to run, we don't want to run these modes, like, because we want to do this other thing.
For sure.
Yeah.
I agree with you 10,000% there. I'm also going to look at it from a content perspective. That shit don't do numbers either. Because all people still care about from a viewership standpoint is, you guessed it, tournaments, ranked, combos, some tutorials, like the typical stuff. Like, so these extra modes, they get no shine. So it's like, dare I say, what's the point? And even avatar battles don't get as popular as they may be inside the battle hub itself. Content wise, it doesn't give you numbers if you're making content.
But that shouldn't be the only deciding factor whether it's worth putting something like that in or not.
Oh no,
right?
For sure.
You still need,
for sure.
Like, if the question is, are they popular enough to make content out of? You're correct, but that's not the only question being presented, right?
I think it's interesting. The reason why I bring this up is because I think it's interesting, because I remember Harada made some points about these modes and stuff like that. Because Tekken Ball got added into Tekken 8. The only person I ever see made Tekken Ball content was King J, and that was it.
Shout out to King J.
And I think I think Jay made a video or 2, and those videos did not do that great to my recollection. Back to regular Tekken 8. Streaming those modes didn't do much for people either. I mean, I tried it. Sure, I'm not a Tekken guy, but I play everything, right? All these secondary modes, like, these things are very interesting to me, because World Tour mode, you got me. You got that. I think World Tour serves its function. But like, these extra modes that were here that also facilitate you learning how to play the game are not being utilized. So at that point, the game really just boils down to ranked, casual, World Tour, and avatar battles.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just think that this is a very community-driven thing, because I can see a world like, let's just say that there was a one-off tournament where they were like, okay, all the top players, the Tokidos, the Punks, the Big Birds, all of you, man, go home, make a SF6 avatar, and then the whole tournament is you bring your character and let's see who wins. If somebody organized that and then the players decided to enter because they wanted to see how far they could get, that would pop off. And it's just a matter of I'm not saying it would pop off and replace like regular.
Of course not.
It's just something different.
That's it.
Yeah, but that would need to take place based on a community-driven thing, and whether there's like there's a organizer that's willing to put the time and money to actually make that happen. Because if that happened, if Tokido went home and made his crazy avatar and mixed and matched the moves, and then we want to see what his character does against Punks, like, that could be really fun. It's just nobody's done it, you know.
Should do
but
it,
whether somebody does it or not, I don't think that I don't think that means that the mode. I don't think that's the barometer for which we should judge if the mode was a success or not.
AJ just
think-
said as well, does the lack of content mean lack of interaction? Are non-enthusiasts that play these games actually watching these streamers?
No, but I do want to get on the other one.
Mhm.
Are those modes big in Japan? Not necessarily. I know those streamers are way bigger than American Street Fighter 6 creators. They are.
Mhm.
But the thing is, Japan has created a gigantic ecosystem surrounding the game. I've seen them do events for it here and there, but they're just side fun things that they do, right? What they do instead is they take the base game and facilitate everything surrounding the base game. They don't even touch avatar battles. I've only seen extreme battles maybe once or twice. And I've seen Shaka do those on like the side at the Red Bull events. They're like little side bullshit things that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they do things like new player 2v2. You know, so like, and 2v2 being like and you have to team up with another guy that plays the same character as you. So 2 Manons versus 2 Kens, 2 Ryus versus 2 Lukes, etc., etc. They have more. Their community for FGC regarding Street Fighter 6 in particular is just vastly different, man.
True.
Like they're on a different scale when it comes to that game over like anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
Like it's way too driven. But I agree. I just think it's really awkward that like these modes exist. And again, I don't think that they shouldn't exist. I think that they should. But I do feel like there should be some, weirdly enough, I think there should be some fucking emphasis to it. And I say this probably because Smash kids, they just play all those modes and just find fun in those modes.
100%.
Maybe these modes could be more fun for sure. I ain't gonna say that they can't be. I thought it was interesting, like when we played the beta and you got the bull coming off on the side of the stage and you're fighting for the power balance. That's pretty cool. But again, others are probably like, well, this is stupid. Whatever. Why would I do this? You know?
You know what though? You also had like there's also quite a heavy line drawn between FGC and you know what they consider to be casual, right? Like if you think about Smash as a tournament game, it's extremely rigid in terms of rule set, in terms of what it is they even allow to be in there. Smash 4 is great. It's a good thing that Simmons brought Smash 4. Smash 4, I love Smash 4. It's my second favorite Smash game. And that game had custom moves, right? Custom moves, I thought, was an incredible idea. I was like, this is going to be so sick. It adds so much to these characters. You could customize your character and create some like sick, broken builds. And Smash community was like, nah, we ain't doing that. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't going to. And the funny thing is, one of the characters clearly Sakurai designed in mind to be like, hey, we've unlocked all of their moves from the start because we want you to actually customize and see why this is great. And it's Palutena. Palutena has some amazing moves on her. And I remember like seeing everyone else going, nah, this is like, we ain't doing this. Like either they were like, it's not balanced, or they were like, we just don't want to do it. Heart sank, couldn't believe it. But those things and that content does make a massive difference in terms of just like casual play. Whenever I go and play with my friends, my old friend group from young, listen, they got items on, or sometimes they'll get a little bit like semi-sweaty and they'll be like, nah, items off, do you know what I mean? But they'll still pick like, they won't say Fox only Final Destination, they'll pick a bunch of stages, do you know what I mean? They'll do a bunch of the things that, you know, we have access to. It's kind of why even in Tokon, I'm saying to people, as far as the stage pick discourse goes, I'm like, bro, let them start in what side they want to start on as the loser. You're trying to empower the loser, the sort of mechanics are there, the options are there. Let's utilize them and see what happens. It's better to do that now than later on be like, yo, let's introduce a thing. Because I know FGC is not the one to introduce things later. That they're going to be very set in their ways, you know, they're very comfortable with what we want to play, and we're not going to want to introduce anything new. But as far as like, yeah, just like content goes, I think, yeah, the numbers speak for themselves, man. Smash, like, I'm sorry, I'm calling Smash a fighting game for now. I don't care what people are saying about it. It's not a fighting game. Fighting game, right? Smash, Tekken, Dragon Ball Fighters, what else is there? Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat, in fact, if you want to go in order, it's like Smash, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, and yeah, etc. Right? Fighters. And what do those things all have in common? They got like robust amounts of content that people can just trudge through at their own leisure. And then if they want to play online, they can play online, and they will, right? If they want to go to a tournament, they can. I think what matters more is that the game is on and in your distro. Well, boy, wrong thing to say in it, because we're not in that era no more. No more disk drive soon. But the thing is that it's on, right? It's on your hard drive or whatever, and you're playing it. And as you do that, maybe some people take longer to onboard. Maybe some people take less time to onboard. But what matters is that eventually they onboard because they enjoy the game that much. But if you don't give people a chance to enjoy that game that much, then they'll just jump off it. You know what I mean? So yeah,
I agree.
yeah. So I think we can just go into the last thing then. If there's two more things, but I think we can probably just talk about. Let's talk about Arc World Tour first, and we'll see how we feel about the last one, because we can talk about it at any point really later on.
Bro, I am so excited to be able to walk to Arc World Tour.
Yeah, you're lucky, boy.
You have no.
Must be nice.
I am so. Yeah, I gotta get. I don't have to fucking travel. I don't go take a plane or anything, man. I dreamed about.
I'm happy for it.
Same thing for LCS. I'm super hyped to go to both. I hated when BTS was here. I hated when the World Cup was here. This is my World Cup. They're gonna have to suffer, bro.
So wait, in terms of LCS, is it gonna be like what, on a Friday the LCS happens and then Saturday, Sunday the whole tournament happens? Is that how it works?
The LCQ.
LCQ,
The LCQ,
yeah,
I think it's on Friday.
Yeah, LCQ.
LCQ's on Friday, I believe.
Okay, cool. So, as we have found out, right, we have ourselves, I believe it's 7 slots and 1 LCQ slot. It's going to be across 4 events, if I remember correctly. Is it 4 events? It should be.
It's we call it Evo France, which is 2.
Yes.
Evo Singapore, which is
January.
2.
Yep.
Battle Coliseum in Brazil.
Battle Coliseum, is 1, and then 1 is the LCQ. No, there's 2 more.
Frosty.
Frosty.
Yeah.
It's Frosty than LCQ.
Right. So yeah, there you go. So Frosty,
and then I believe they're gold events. I can double check this.
Kind of have to all be, right? Because there's not enough of them. I think that's.
Oh no, it's only 8. It's only a top 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, some people I've seen go online and say, yeah, there's just not enough events. And I've shown a dismay. Others are happy and they're hype and they're just like, let's go. I've seen some in Europe be like, man, we've just got the one tournament. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, I kind of just think at this point, it's given the time that the game came out, this is kind of the time you have left, right? You could put some more in, but I think in terms of cadence for tournaments, I think for you guys, your tournaments tend to be quite loaded into the middle of the year. Am I right in saying that? Or Q1 to Q3, but Q4 maybe don't get as many.
I can explain this actually because this is my expertise as
Sure.
a TO. It's an actual TO.
Mm-hmm.
You go to whatever hotel, and 9 times out of 10, that hotel is going to tell you, we'll give you the cheapest rate during our down season. When is your down season? Well, it's not the holidays, and it's not during prime sports season. It's during this little middle area between April and June. That's when that's our hot spot, and that's why all our tournaments are from April to June, because there's no sports going on, there's no kids out of school, and there's no holidays.
I see. That actually makes sense.
And that's why every single one of our tournaments are at the same time. If anybody's ever wondered, I don't know. I probably, I'm not going to get shot for, saying this, because if any person can just go try to negotiate with the venue themselves, and it's not easy. I could tell you, I'm running a regional in 2 weeks' time. It's not easy, all right. So.
I wondered. So actually, thank you for letting me know. It was very informative. So, yeah, I mean, we've got 2 slots at Evo France. Q4, actually, you have a good amount of tournaments in Europe. We've got ourselves UFA in Paris. We've got Evo France in Nice. We've got Head Stomper in Sweden. We've got what is it else? We've got Crossover in Germany. We have a good amount of tournaments actually, and those are all between September and December. So and there's more actually. There was one in Barcelona that happens recently that I didn't actually go to. But yeah, we have a good amount of tournaments. So I think maybe some people in Europe are thinking, man, we should have had more, especially because I believe Crossover should be an Arc World Tour event, and it should be, I don't remember what the ranking or the weighting is, but for Guilty Gear, it is actually a ranking event where you get a slot. So maybe because of that, some people might have felt a little bit shortchanged. But I just, the way I see it, I would be interested to see how it looks next season rather than this season. My assumption is just the games come out now, they don't have too much time. If they had enough time, because once Arc World Tour finishes, then in March, they'll have from April or May or even June onwards, and they'll have much more leeway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
this season's kind of whatever.
We do have 2 regionals going on as we speak too. We had UMAD just went by it, and we at least for East Coast, like we have Electric Clash, which is I think it is a Strive Gold tournament. It is a Strive Gold tournament, yeah. So I'm excited for both. Like I'm super hyped. I know people are going to UFA. I'm gonna be honest, I can't afford to travel that much.
Yeah, yeah.
Paris probably gonna go to. I'm probably gonna go to Electric Clash and nothing else, unfortunately, and then Frosty Faustings as I do every year.
I would love to go to Frosty, so I'm most likely gonna go to Frosty. I'm gonna try and go to all the European tournaments, honestly. But I mean, UFA I'll go to. Either France I'll go to. Headstone I'm gonna try and go to as well. Haven't even been to Sweden at all. And Crossover I'm gonna also attempt to go to. But as far as like US goes, yeah, like Frosty has been on my list for some time, man. As a lover of TVC, it's just always been somewhere I've wanted to go to. I've only commentated online. If I get the privilege to commentate offline, that'd be fantastic. Even if I don't, I'm probably still going to be going anyway. So, love to go. But yeah, fair enough. I think we're all pretty agreed upon with Alcohol Tour and the circuit. It kind of is what it is. We'll have to see what happens with Sao Paulo and who makes it down to Sao Paulo. It's going to be quite interesting to see. I would love to see how that one pans out and if people are willing to make that trip, because I don't know if they would be. I don't know what the cost is to go from North America to South America. Might be quite pricey.
It's not that bad as someone that has family out there.
Okay.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Oh,
yeah, I've only been to the DR and back because I'm Dominican, so
yeah.
I've never been to like any other South American country. I'll be honest with y'all.
Fair enough. Man said family at the Carioca. Yeah, okay. Listen, I've been to Rio, like de Janeiro, and that was great. But I think from when I booked it, even though it was a bit short term, it was like a little bit expensive. But I think if you did it in advance, and also on an off season, you're probably fine. I imagine you're probably right. From North America to South America, it's not that bad. It's just if people are willing to make that trip. But end of the day, that's going to be a slot. Some people are probably going to be looking at. I imagine they'll hide the entrance, right, the registration and all the rest of that. They'll be smart to do that, because otherwise people will be looking at it and be like, "Yeah, I don't see nobody there. I'm going there, right?" So they probably want to avoid that. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That would be cool. I think that's going to be a cool event as well. It's good to see the representation also. So good idea all around.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
In
November though, yeah. We'll have to see. But yeah, all right, listen, last one, and that will be it for us because we've been going for a while. I mean, almost 4 hours, Jesus Christ. So
yeah, we've been here.
Yeah, we've been there, bruv. Like I say, like unless somebody just cuts me off and says, "Yo, it's time," like I'll just keep talking. So let's just get it done. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not fulfilling my duty. My bad.
Nah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it.
It's meant to be me that tells you that.
That wasn't passive aggression. That was me just like talking to myself, honestly. Like, so final thing, how soon do you think they'll actually balance patch this game? With all that we said, how soon do you expect a patch? At what point? Also considering that we're starting a circuit, like
probably a small one in like a month, and then like in January we'll get a real one after Frosties is done.
So you think basically before the finals happens, they'll balance patch the game?
I think it's going to be announced with the finals, probably.
Interesting. Well,
so the finals is in January?
No, the finals is in March.
No, March.
But end of January, Frosty Forces, I think, is the last one before the finals. So I think between end of January and March, I think there's like a gap, right, where there's nothing happening. Is that correct?
It's like 7 months. I'm calling the 2 patches at best.
At best.
I think one for sure comes with Cyclops.
Yeah, that makes sense. But when did they say Cyclops? I think they showed the cadence, right? The actual release cadence. Wasn't it something like he was coming
October, right?
Something like that. October, November, like Q4. I think he comes out Q4. We can find this. We can actually look for this. I think it's Q4. And then after that, it should be like, let me see.
Cyclops is coming fall 2026 with the confirmed release window between October and December.
Okay. And then what about the rest of them? They said something like let's see, release schedule Tokon.
Yeah, character
So-
1, quarter 1, 2027, or character 2, quarter 2027, character 3, quarter 2, 2027, new stage, quarter 2, 2027. New stage. Oh boy, I better not be some.
Bro, you
Very
know
fun
what's coming.
counterpick stuff.
Nah, it's floor break, bruv. I'm calling it now. We're doing floor break like
God.
Children of the Atom, and we're really getting it popping. Yeah, that's right. Party game, baby. Yeah. And you're going to be paying for hundreds of thousands of dollars to get floor broken. It's going to be sick. And I'm going to be there on the mic to go, whoa, because I don't have to actually be subject to it. Well, unless I actually end up.
Actually,
I
this
like
makes
Brandon.
sense. I think Cyclops is either November, and then the next is after the tour. So when they drop that character, and then see the tour is in March, and then May would be the next. So probably like every 2.5 months or so, because Evo is likely to be in June or July. So they'll put that character out then, and then see playable character for July to September. So they'll probably announce them in July and then drop them August, September, somewhere in that ballpark.
That's an interesting. Yeah, that probably makes a lot of sense. I hear some people say that this is just way too slow and way too little. I was at first looking at it like, hey, that's normal. And then people were like, I think it was Rivals. Because Rivals, I think everybody...
we can't
the
look
Rivals
at
community spoiled.
NetEase.
No, I agree.
NetEase is too much.
NetEase is
too
actually,
much.
they're actually full-on sweatshop settings, bro. They don't give a shit. They're like, every month you're getting a character. They basically looked at Overwatch down the road and we said, we're catching up within a year, max. And they said, we're getting them.
The work that goes
equivalent-
into a Rival's character is different to the work that goes into like a Tokon fighting game character.
Agree
as well.
completely.
That's
they
a
can
fact.
Agree
come out a lot
completely.
That's
easier.
a fact.
And,
That's a
and sadly now,
Honestly,
I mean, gone.
The joke is they make the money all back in one skin. They released the summer skin.
Probably do.
Boom.
Yeah.
You were lying.
Yeah.
Gajillions of dollars, bro.
That's facts. They had
Yeah.
friggin' man out with the budgie smuggler, bro. Who was that? Captain America. He had the summer skin when he was packing heat, bruv. And he had no gun in his hands. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
So speaking of skins, I do think that what could help with when some people are saying that the release cadence for the DLC is quite slow, I think having skins strategically placed in between will be quite clever, because it at least gives people the illusion to like a new wave, a new injection of something to look at least, right? Like mechanically nothing's changing, but that helps a lot, because we saw what happened when Street Fighter 6 didn't do that for way too long, right? And even still to this day, not really doing that. So. And it seems like Tokon has developed the characters in a way where swapping skins and giving them new outfits is quite doable, rather compared to like
Charlie.
Dragon Ball Fighters, where it was like with fighters that shit was really hard or nigh impossible.
They were like, this too hard for us. We're not gonna do that. Here's your one in Guilty Gear. Here's Elfelt. What about everybody else? Nah.
Nope.
They said it was like building a whole new character
Yeah,
innit, to actually get that shit
Yeah.
done. So they were like, nah, we ain't doing that, bro. And
Yeah.
I hear
So
it.
I think they intentionally designed Tokon in a way to not have that problem, and so hopefully they can have a lot more costumes coming out.
Bro, if they got a pack with like 10 more, they could give you 10 more colors as well. And that would also be massive.
True.
I mean,
And
We're gonna get
and
the
I think
summer
that's
skins before end of.
oh yeah.
We're getting summer skins, baby. Like
I can
True.
see it. I can see it. I mean,
And that's
They
just
got-
another way to market the game as well to like people that maybe haven't bought it yet.
No, for sure, because that stuff gets it gets advertised and circulated a lot. Like the thing about like Rivals advertises itself once you throw those skins or you throw certain things out there, right? Emotes and all those things. That's why they put so much effort into things like the actual emotes, like or the lines, the dialogue lines for Tokon. I've seen some people say things like it's just fluff. Like it's mostly just they didn't need to do it. And I'm like, actually, a lot of people respond very well to attention to detail like that and dialogue lines like that, and they actually do last quite a long time in terms of in people's minds or in people's like, you know what I mean? Like it definitely makes a massive difference, and people definitely be like, yo, he said this to that character or whatever. So definitely, if they keep working on that, they should be fine. You know what I mean? So yeah, any last things you guys want to say before we wrap up?
no, man, this is a good one. Hey, I gotta say, man, I love I love talking the fighting games. I love the debates. It's always good hearing the perspectives and whatnot. So like, for those watching, don't worry. Me and Charlie are cool. It's just debate. That's all. We're good.
Yeah.
It's always debate. It's always. It's
Wait,
just. We gotta have the
I
conversation.
do have one question though.
Ooh.
Talk to me.
Can you finish your Sekiro thought? I want to, because I don't think you
Oh.
got to finish it. I just wanted to know where you were going to go about the easy mode thing and what your overall point was with Sekiro. Sorry, so maybe I opened the can of worms again. I'm just curious.
Greatest game
You
ever
have
made.
the right to decline. Yeah.
Greatest game
Say it?
ever made. Greatest
Okay,
game ever
okay.
made. Greatest game ever made. Bump easy
That's
mode.
it?
Who cares? We look. Virtual Dapper. We both agree it's one of the greatest games ever made.
All right, sick.
All right,
All
Virtual
right,
Dapper.
hey,
We're good on
You know
that.
what's
We're good on that. We're good on that.
I say that about Elden Ring, so now I gotta play Sekiro when I get home.
Yeah,
It's on PC.
Oh, it's a
please
must.
do.
That's a must.
Please do.
Sekiro is an amazing
It's a
game.
sick
I didn't
game.
realize you guys were talking about Deus Ex though. You said the greatest game ever made, but we'll talk about that another time. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
It's also a very good game, but no, not coming close to Sekiro.
Sekiro is an amazing game. I'll let you not have this one for now. We're gonna.
Bro,
really have
it's a
that talk. We'll have
crime.
that talk.
You know what I'm praying for? I'm praying to all the gods, all of the deities that the Sekiro anime that's coming is actually a kind of a buffer or warm-up period for a potential sequel. Like, come on, man. Just
Wow.
whether it's a prequel, you play as Ishin, you play as like Genichiro, or the woman that taught Ishin lightning reflect, whatever. There's so many directions they can go.
Chrome,
We need a second one, man. Oh
he
my
is definitely
god.
Shadow Charlie tonight. He's Shadow Charlie tonight. He's doing too much. He's doing too much.
All right.
Shadow Charlie's what we need,
I
man.
feel you.
Shadow Charlie's
Shadow
what we
Charlie.
need. Sometimes, you know what I mean? It's
Bro.
the hero. It's not the hero you deserve, but not the one you need right now. Now we need it. Yes.
Unbelievable. Like in a world where we get so much milked franchises, the one franchise that is not being milked is one that so verily deserves it. Like, why, man?
Listen, you know
Unbelievable.
why you ain't getting it, and you ain't gonna like the answer. The dust.
Wait,
Plus.
what's the answer?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, don't
Miyazaki,
get me started
he's
on that.
Nintendo pilled now, baby. Get that Switch 2 ready. That's right. Yeah. I bought that shit. Listen, my Switch 2 still in the box. I ain't gonna lie to you. But
This guy.
I know two
Hey.
things, right? The Dust Bloods and the Inevitable Smash. I knew it was happening.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
And I guess your Ocarina as well.
yeah. We'll see how that one goes. Yes. I can't say no to that
I
one.
don't want to
Yes.
hit the. I was hoping 2XKO came out on Switch 2.
Oh.
But my Switch 2 has done two things:
Go on.
play Master Duel and play Warframe.
That's it, yeah?
Hey,
Fuck.
Listen.
Ah.
That's
This
it.
sucker. I bought this sucker to play Star Fox.
Oh, it's
I
Star
ain't
Fox
turned
as
it-
well.
I only turned it on. I ain't bought Star Fox yet.
No, you're right though. For
It's
Star
just
Fox
a-
as
it's
well.
just
You're not
a-
lying.
It's just a paperweight now at this point.
Yeah, hold tight, Star Fox as well. Like Star Fox, that's my series as well, bro. So, to be honest with you though, the way that like hardware prices and everything have been going, like I bought it because everything's going up. So I'm like, well, if everything's inflationary now, then I'm just gonna buy it. Like it only makes sense to just hold on to it because if you know you're gonna eventually have it, why spend like more later? Just spend less, you know. So
I bought it before the
I
price
just can't
hike went
stand
up.
Nintendo, man. I'm sorry. I just
Cut
can't.
the podcast before we open another can of worms.
Yeah, I just can't stand. I think Nintendo is forever on my. You know, fucking Arya Stark from Game of Thrones. How like she's got her list of characters she needs to kill. My list is just Nintendo,
Wow.
Sakurai, Sakurai. Like that's it.
Sakurai.
Bro,
What does Sakurai
from
mean
what
to you?
they've just held. They've held. They will forever be in my bad book because they've just held Pokemon hostage. They're just not doing anything with Pokemon. That the franchise, one of my childhood franchises, they're just forcing Game Freak to regurgitate the same gobbledygook
Bro.
like all the time. Like, bro,
Bro, cut
let
it.
them free. Let them
Bro, cut the
let
tape.
someone else do something
it's
with
time.
it. Please.
Cut the
This
tape.
is
Cut
like
the tape.
this
Bro,
is
you're lucky
this is
CFO's
like
not here.
Mugen
If
tier now.
CFO was here, this would have been the moment me and CFO would have started drop kicking each other if he was here for me saying this.
This is like
Yeah.
on Mugen and shit. You got Rare Akuma, bro. Rare Charlie, bro. Rare Charlie's just losing
Rare Charlie is
Rare.
insane.
It's violent Charlie.
Yeah, Violent Charlie,
I
bro.
can't
He's
stand
going crazy. Listen, I hear it. We'll have
Oh,
that
man.
conversation another time. Definitely at some point we've also got to have the the music tier list. We're gonna finally knock that one out. Now that the games
Oh
are
yeah. Oh,
really-
that's going to be a very spicy episode because I have takes and they are volcanic hot.
Oh
They're
yeah.
not even hot. They're volcano heat.
It better
You know?
be web step at triple S tier. That's all I had to hear. But anyway, that aside.
Not sure about that, but we'll see.
I'm
We'll
out here on
see.
that one. I'm out here on that one. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
All right, listen.
I got
Either
hot
way,
Oh, Lordy.
either way, that has been Talkin Tokon episode 11. Hope you have enjoyed that episode. Shout out to everybody on all three platforms, on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Twitch. We actually got a good amount of you on Twitter as well, so good stuff. Hope you've enjoyed. I don't think I had the chat function on there, so I will sort that out next time. I'm a real noob, so I was checking on there and I was like, where's the chat? I can't really see the engagement, but it wasn't really happening. So I'll sort that out for next time. Either way, I am Chrome Alchemist. That's right, I got the Goblin do-rag on, and you got Earthbender Charlie. Where can they find you?
You can locate me at EB Charlie on Twitter and Earthbender Charlie on YouTube.
And Kensu, where can they find you?
At ShinKensou, everything.
I rate that.
Everything.
Everything. Put down everything. And Tempest, where can they find you and your organization?
Oh boy, I got a lot of those. So Tempest FGC on everything. That's me. You could just watch me do well in the tournaments because it feels like my last 5-ish tweets have been popping off of just me winning tournaments. I have Twitter mostly uninstalled, but if you want to reach out to me, there's Iron Grid FGC, and there's Northeast Northeast KO, I believe, on Twitter. I can double check that. Yeah, it's Northeast KO. So there's Northeast KO, and there's Iron Grid FGC. I'm running a regional in like 2 weeks. Northeast Knockout. Don't be a bum. Pre-register. I know a lot of you are watching because I've seen you on the chat. I've been looking at the chat this whole time. So, yeah.
All right. Sweet.
We're good, right?
Yes, and you can find me at Chrome Alchemist on Twitter. Also, Advancing Guard TV on YouTube. That will be actually, attended to. It's been criminally underused in the last couple of weeks to month, and I will be sure to be back on that. Got some match footage from CEO, some of the bar matches. Really, it's just the Inzem Kumite because, like I said, I had some of the other footage, but sadly didn't get that captured properly. Apologies to those who was playing. Next time I'll be having my stuff in order and I actually know what I'm doing, not be such a noob. So there's that. And also Chrome Alchemist on Twitch, and you can follow those. So this has been Talkin Tokon. It's been emotional. Safe you lot. And Godspeed, Spider-Man.
Take care, boys.